MIS, and then city clerk.
I don't have that. MIS and city clerk, okay.
Good evening, everyone. We will now continue our 6 p.m. conference on the hearing on the city budget, proposed budget for FY23. Officials invited to attend: City Manager Tom Ambrosino, all honorable members of the City Council, City Auditor Ed Dunn, MIS Officer Ramon Garcia, City Clerk Jeanette Citron-White, Land Use Permitting Director John DePriest, Housing and Community Development Director Alex Train, Chief of Fire Leonard Albanese, DBW Director Lou Mamelette, City Council Clerk Paul Casino, all members of the public. At this time, the clerk will call roll.
Councilor Recupero. Here. Councilor Teneri Garcia. Councilor Robinson. Here. Councilor Taylor. Here. Councilor Lopez. Here. Councilor Vega Maldonado. Councilor Avellaneda.
Here.
Councilor Brown. Councilor Vido.
Present.
Councilor De Jesus. And
Present.
Councilor Judy Garcia. You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask my colleagues to turn to page 83 of the draft of the budget. We will have the Department of MIS, Information Systems, and we'll have the turnover to the City Manager and Ed Dunn.
So, Mr. President, I'll turn it over to our Chief Information Officer in a moment. I just want to note this is one of the departments where we're proposing a new budgeted position, this technical lead position, and that's one of the 13 new positions in the budget. With that said, we have Ramon Garcia here, and he can identify the places in his proposed budget where there are increases.
Good evening, everybody. As you can see, our budget...
I just ask that try to speak very close so that not only that we can hear it here in the sound, but then also is recorded by the Chelsea Cable. Thank you, Ramon.
No problem. Good evening, everybody. As you can see, the budget this year is including a new position, technical lead position. The role of that person is going to be to lead certain initiatives in the city. Some of them, like the new website that we have been claiming for quite some time, as well as improve some areas in our ERP system, or what we call it Munis, as well as the new CAT system, RMS system for police, fire, and 911. There is going to be some other initiatives in the future, so that we thought that this is the time and place to start engaging into those initiatives and improving the certain services in the city. I mean, we have to become more efficient. The only way to do that is to have a lead person behind this. And by the way, she's here with us, Denise, which is also a Chelsea resident, will be joining us next week. And she will be our new technical lead person. As you know, COVID, has an impact on budgets as well, and IT has not been an exception. Cost has been increasing, vendors have been increasing the cost. Delivery times are now higher than any time before. So that part of an increase is, that you're going to see in the budget is basically on the general lines for contracts and services. We tried our best to control that by engaging into certain initiatives and deals with, for example, our security, which is almost 1/3 of our budget. And we signed an enterprise agreement with Cisco this year. That brings us into lock a price for the next 3 years instead of going through increases every year. The same thing we did with our email system a year ago. We basically lock a price for 3 years, and we are looking forward to keep the same modus operandi, I will say, by locking prices for X amount of years. So we will see an increase that can be controlled in that sense. Questions in regards?
Unless the City Manager has anything else to add before we open up to the floor?
I don't.
No? All right, so to my colleagues, if you have any questions pertaining to the budget as proposed for the MIS department? Please raise your hand. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ramon.
Thank
I
you,
think that
everybody.
speaks to about how important we know that your role is, and that you're one of the departments we know that we depend a lot on. So thank you for the job you've been doing.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next up, we'll have the city clerk. Jeanette Citron-White is here with us this evening, the department head for the city clerk's office. One thing I'd say before we begin to get into her department is that this is one of the few on the list tonight that have more than one department. The other is DPW, so I'd recommend that we look at the city clerk first and then pause for questions and then go into the parking department after that, if you're okay with that.
So I do want to point out, again, a couple of personnel issues that are reflected in this FY23 budget. So first, this is another budget where we are proposing a new full-time position. We're proposing an election.
Page 86, everybody, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Page 86.
Yes. Page 86, and the page I'm specifically looking at now is page 89. So this is one of the departments where we're proposing a new position. This would be a position of election commissioner who would handle mostly election-related materials, although also be available to help out generally in this very busy office. So it's an important position that the clerk is seeking from this council. The second thing I just want to point out, if you look at the salary page on 88, is we have taken away the line that last year was temporary salary with $37,000 in it. That line was intended to reflect this temporary floater position that we have in the unions. These are what we call, from the union perspective, temporary floater positions, because they give us the opportunity for people to move from department to department, and they are intended, they're not intended, they are could be temporary positions. So the union understands that they could go away at some point, and we have negotiated that with them. But the city clerk has had this floater position in its budget for a while, and they have the position. So for this next year, this position is being budgeted for this department exclusively. However, it is technically a floater position, and in rare occasions, if there were a time where the clerk's office wasn't that busy, which is very rare, we have the right under the union contract to move this person. The chances of us doing that in this department are very rare, but the way this position is configured, we have the right within the union SEIU contract to do that. This position has no budgetary impact because it was in the budget last year, just listed under the temporary salary line. That line is now gone, and now it's listed in the budget as a clerk floater position. The big jump up, however, is because of the new position being proposed of election commissioner, and I'll let Jeanette explain her rationale for that. With that said, I'll turn it over to Jeanette.
So I'll just say a couple of quick things, too, before Jeanette begins. On the operations side of the budget, this is funding some licensing and mostly the elections. There are some lines here that are related to elections, the poll workers, and down below the data processing services and a lot of that information. There are no increases in the operations side for this particular budget. So Jeanette will answer any questions that you have on this.
Well, first, I wanted to talk about the election position. So this kind of is just an effort to grow the office in a very important role. It's just to put greater focus on elections, and it kind of stems from the changes of 2020 and the efforts the state was trying to make as far as expanding early voting, the vote by mail, and their future efforts of either election day registration or same-day voter registration, longer periods of early voting, which we saw not last year, because I was a local the year before, which involved literally 2 full weeks of voting, Saturday and Sunday. But I also wanted to focus on increasing voter participation, to lower barriers for those who don't speak English first. We do have about 16,000 registered voters, but our census shows over 40,000 residents. I just think that this is a position, as Tom said, isn't just elections, but their focus would be elections, could provide backup to the office, and it really is just an effort to grow the office. And I see Revere, Somerville, they have this position, and there's just so much that could be done there, and I'm just hoping you're in support of it.
Okay. Councilor Taylor, you had your hand up first, then Councilor Vido. Please remember to speak into the mic.
This new election commissioner position, they're going to be in charge of all aspects of the election. I mean, overseeing all aspects of it, basically.
Yeah, so I would, the idea I did some research, and I did draw up a job description. I would oversee them. It's kind of like an elections administrator, so they would oversee all election activities, serve on the board, prepare the election calendar, everything that we do, but their job is really the focus of elections, the campaign finance report, to expand it to things that we don't currently do. For example, community outreach for voter registrations, host drives for participation. So yes, it would just, the main goal is for them to just handle all elections.
And is this person going to be an unenrolled person, or how are you going to work that?
I can look into that. I don't have an answer.
I think that would be, I think that would be appropriate, seeing that, I think somebody who runs elections, should go above and beyond to demonstrate that they're impartial and unbiased and fair. So I think that being an unenrolled doesn't necessarily give you that, but I think that whoever gets put in that position needs to be. And, I know that if I felt that somebody wasn't that, I would strenuously object. But I think we've had enough questions about elections, so we need to go above and beyond to make sure that everything is absolutely fair. And seeing that there are elections every year, but, only at really certain times of the year is going to be stuff for this person to do. So other than that, they're going to just help out in the office? No.
So there's, I guess there's always this perception that the election ends in November and that's it. It's just on to the next thing, which is census, the preparation of census, the getting the forms out there, the getting them back, putting them in the system. There's the rolling deadlines for that. The campaign finance reports.
Special elections.
Special elections, even just the training of poll workers, trying to get more poll workers. That was a struggle last year, for sure. There's other things that we do in the office, but voter registrations, working with the school department and the students and with census and the information, sharing that data, working with them on other projects. But there's more to it than just that, yeah.
It just seems like that's there's not going to be enough work for the entire year for just an elections person. That's why I'm asking. They're going.
Oh no, I think there's enough work to go around in my office.
For full time,
So I had actually recommended initially more like a 24-hour, like, and then at times be full-time, so I don't really know the logistics of how that works, but,
So that was what Jeanette originally had proposed, but the problem of trying to find someone who is willing to take a 24-hour-a-week position is very difficult. So it seemed to me the better approach was, let's make a full-time position. There's a lot of work in that office, and there's a lot more election work than the normal person would believe. Now, if it turns out it's not exactly 37 hours a week, then this person's available to help out in the other aspects of the office, which certainly can use additional support. So it seemed to me it makes perfect sense to make this a full-time position rather than struggle to find a qualified candidate willing to come here at less than full-time pay.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking this question is because I think everybody up here and probably everybody watching at home knows that when you come to do some business at City Hall and you need the clerk's office, you're going to be waiting in a long line that's around the corner. And, you know, I've talked to people in the clerk's office too and asked, you know, hey, looks like you guys could need some additional help. And of course, yes. So I'll ask the same question as I asked with inspectional services to Jeanette. I mean, is this, what's in this budget, is this sufficient to really do the job? Or do you need an additional person to help out to get these lines and everything under control? Because there's a lot that goes through that office. I know other cities have different departments that take care of the various things that people are going to that window, you know, to look for. So, I mean, I think that we ought to be able to allocate the resources that are necessary to do a job, and so, you know, residents aren't, you know, taking an hour to stand in line to do something. I mean, so this is, I mean, do we need an extra person in there?
To be honest with you, that would be amazing to fill that extra, so we do have that window in the middle, and just serving people at the window, and just, we really do try to work as fast as we can.
So the answer is absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, I will say to you what I said in the last budget hearing. We are sitting upon a big pile of free cash, and we're anticipating more free cash at the end of the year. I would hope that you might consider adding an additional person to the clerk's office so that we can really try to have, you know, get a handle on the customer service aspect of for our citizens that come in here every day and they've got to wait. I mean, it's really, we should do something about that.
So this is an additional full-time person for that office. This person is going to relieve other people of some other duties and therefore basically free up this is another full-time person for that office.
So I understand that, but they're going to be doing the election stuff. So what you just told me was, oh, there's,
but
you know,
it means that other people whose focus is here now can be redirected elsewhere.
I get it. That's what my question was, is that going to be enough?
Well,
if it is not, and the lines persist, I hope you will consider doing that and coming before this body for an additional appropriation if that's necessary to fix that problem.
Fair point. I guess this was an effort to see if with one additional full-time person we could provide some remedy. Is it possible that we need 2 additional full-time people? Perhaps. I think the lines have dissipated now. The renewal period is over. So the lines at the moment are manageable. I can let Jeanette talk more about that. So you may be right. Let's see what one additional full-time person does, but if it requires 2 additional
If
full-time
you
people?
can do it with what's currently here, great. I mean, I'm not going to object, and we don't need to spend money that we don't need to spend.
Understood. So I would
But
say-
if
understood.
there's a real necessity for it, I hope you will consider that.
I will.
Thank you.
Can I do want to go back to your first point, which is a fair point about an unenrolled or someone who's impartial, let me say
Correct.
that. One, the statute that creates the Board of Registrar of Voters aims at this by ensuring that there's a mix of
Election
partisanship
commissioners.
on
That's
that
correct.
board.
Yeah. I hope too that person will reach out to the existing party structures to have those people appointed.
This job description, this union position, does not have as a condition that you be unenrolled. I would be a little wary of making that a condition of the job. One, it will substantially limit our pool of applicants. Second, I wouldn't want us to have to reject a fabulous Republican who shows up to do this job or force them to become unenrolled
I
from
could
the
find
party.
one for you.
So I don't want to commit that will be a requirement of the position. I hear your
But
point.
you can understand why I
Absolutely,
am asking
of
this
course.
question, and it's a real serious one. And look, it just means that, fair and free elections are the most important thing to this country. I mean, it really is true, and I think election integrity is very important and should be
I just wouldn't want to have to tell someone to take this job, you must unenroll. That wouldn't seem to me to be fair.
Well, I would like then to see some sort of, some sort of list of things that would, how people can be, how are you going to test their impartiality? I really believe that this is an important thing, and people. I mean, come on, we're in politics. We
understood.
know how things work.
But
and so this is a very real question, and I'm not just up here bloviating. This is real, and I think everybody, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or unenrolled, or some other third party, you want your elections to be fair and impartial.
Absolutely true. I guess that is a matter of, of ensuring that we have proper oversight and management of the people. I mean, we've had people doing these jobs for the last, 100 years. We have people that have been doing these jobs in that clerk's office right now, overseeing elections in there since I've been here for 7 years. I've never had anyone concerned about the lack of impartiality down there. I will tell you honestly, I have no idea what the party affiliation is of any employee in that office. Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
all I can tell you is my experience with that
there's
office.
no reason for you to know
Right. But what
in
I'm-
these
Counselor-
types of things.
We're going off topic here. I want to stick to the budget.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it was the city manager who wanted to continue the discussion, so.
But,
I'm just
relative, and
telling
I'm
you
trying
that
to
there are
restrain it
ways
to the
for me
budget
to
position.
ensure impartiality without necessarily requiring the person to unenroll from whatever party affiliation they may have. I don't know of any city where this is a requirement.
To be continued.
Councilor Vido.
Thank you. My brother counselor kind of asked a lot of the questions that I had anyway. My thing was more so I was concerned about just the long lines and the capacity that you have in the city clerk's office. I've sat here in budget hearings from last week, and when we had the chief of police in front of us, we were talking about how crime rate is lower, how we're doing great, but we're hiring 4 more police officers. Now we have departments that are like busting at the seams. We don't have enough people to do housing inspections. We have the city clerk's office with lines going out the door, people being sent home an hour before. the clerk's office is supposed to close, and then we're being so conservative about adding the positions where this is where the bulk of the magic happens in the city, and I'm really having a hard time understanding that. So I just kind of want to add that if there is a second position that can be added to that position that's going to make life better for people in that department and for the residents of the city who come down here to try to get some city work done and then have to be sent home, I would highly, highly advocate for that. I think you guys have done a great job. In all the years that I've been here as a city councilor, I have never felt that anyone in that office was impartial. Everyone was treated fairly, with respect, and I've seen that across the board with all the different parties. I think it would be a complete violation of personnel to even request that they be unenrolled. I think it's none of our business what people do, what their political affiliations are outside of their employment, so long as they're coming here and performing the duties as they have already been doing within your department. So I'm completely 1,000% against what my brother counselor said, and I would really hope that this conversation not be to be continued, and at some point maybe us getting into the personnel aspect is a violation of day-to-day operations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Recupero.
Over here, you have the new position, commissioner of election commission, right? And then you have the floaters here. Is this person you're gonna hire with $60,000? What's his job gonna consist of? Just taking care of elections, or is he gonna work within your office and help you?
Both. That's what that's what the aim is. Mostly elections, and then as backup to the office for the city clerks and the parking department.
So why is his salary so high compared to the rest of your employees? Is something special about him?
Or her.
So this was a classified union position, so
What do you mean,
it will be a steelworker position. When it's,
What does a classified union position mean?
it means it
That
has
he's in a different union and he
it
gets
has a
more money?
it has a scale, it has a classification within the steelworkers contract.
But it seems kind of unfair to the other clerks that work down there. Why shouldn't they get the same money as this guy? These people, like senior clerk, $52,000. That lady's probably been there 15 years. Why shouldn't she get $60,000? Like they say, there's so much money to go around. Why not give them their money? Why, they want a cheaper union? Their union is not classified?
If I could, Mr. President, we are governed, I am governed by the union contracts. There are certain positions that are within the SEIU contract classification, and they have salaries attached to them that have been negotiated, many negotiated long before I arrived. These people all slot into these classified positions within their certain union. This position has existed. I don't have the steelworkers contract in front of me, but I believe this position has long existed within the steelworkers contract. It has a classification within that contract. We can't change that. If we want someone to be hired as an election commissioner, they get hired at the steelworkers as a steelworker, and they get classified within that steelworker's salary ranking, and so that's how we set this salary.
But if
Following up, what if instead of a election commissioner with that title, commissioner and not clerk, what if instead, I don't see, if I said, I want to hire a parking clerk whose sole job is to do nothing but deal with vehicles, what does that classification cost?
The parking clerk is a steelworker position.
Yeah, I understand, but what can you tell me, if I said, instead of get rid of an election commissioner, give me a parking clerk, deals with everything dealing with cars, registrations, handing out the stickers and all that. And I was going to get back to this, but I don't see, who handles the everything to deal with cars.
There's a separate parking department.
That's a parking department. All right.
it's on the other side.
So it has a separate budget, I'm sorry.
That's the second half of the
Page one, page
department
okay.
review for
Yeah.
parking, but
Yeah.
there are two positions there in the parking department. One is
That's
the
the
assistant
next
parking
budget we're going to get to.
But if this,
So the parking clerk
is not listed under the city clerk's budget. There's and this is historically how this city has done this, and I have never changed it in my 7 years here.
So I see proposed $110,000, so I imagine that's a two-person.
That's two positions. The assistant parking clerk at $63,000 and the clerk generalist at $47,000.
Well, I see parking clerk, assistant parking clerk, and then clerk generalist. So
Well,
who-
Jeanette is considered the parking clerk, are you not? Yeah,
Okay, so she's the parking clerk.
Yeah, if you look at the organizational chart, I think it's on page 136, somewhere in that range, 138. It will show Jeanette, well, it shows parking clerk as the head of the organizational chart. That's Jeanette.
So the assistant parking clerk is a $63,000 position,
Correct.
Yes.
Within steelworkers.
and steelworker. And then we go back, again, I apologize, I gotta go back and forth, and we said 86, and so the election clerk is $60,000.
Correct.
So there's your two positions. They're basically mutually comparable in salary.
Yes, and I think,
Just a difference in the step, because the
if I had the
parking
steel
clerk.
workers step in front of me, this may be this may have been.
they're
the,
both grade 9s.
They're both grade 9s, it's just a different step. So when we bring in a new person, sometimes we're bringing them in at a lower step than someone that has been here a long time. We may have just carried over this annual salary from last year's budget because that position was empty, parking clerk. We just filled it internally about a month ago.
And so now, they're getting $62,000, but this election commissioner is gonna be 60, it's not 62.
Let me be clear. We are plugging in, so typically when there's a vacant position and we go to the steel workers, for sake of time, let's call it a steel worker. We go to the classification. It's a grade. It's graded as, this is grade 9. Grade 9 has 7 steps in it. When we've got a vacant position, we typically choose a middle step to show it in the budget. We don't quite know where the position is going to come in. We typically don't start people at step 1. We typically start them step 2 or 3. But sometimes we get a really good candidate who says, that salary's not enough for me. You got to pay me more or I'm going to go elsewhere. And we confer and say, all right, either say, thank you, we'll find someone else, or if we really find a good candidate, we want them, we sometimes bring them in at a higher step in the grade. That's completely within our discretion as to where in that grade, what step we hire people at. So in a situation like this where the position is vacant, we probably just chose that number because it's in the middle of the grade somewhere. That's probably a step 3. We may end up bringing someone in a little bit lower or a little bit higher.
This position, the description you're given, would it require having election experience? Or, because it's a union position, is this required that first they have to get someone from inside the building?
Correct. First, it will be posted as required within the building for steel workers to have a shot at it. And then if we don't find someone that we deem qualified, we are able to go out and advertise to the whole world. So it doesn't necessarily, we're probably not going to mandate that you have prior experience, but we're probably going to strongly recommend that you have election experience or something equivalent, which is typically how we write our job descriptions. We always want to give ourselves enough wiggle room to hire someone really, really good who's talented, but doesn't precisely fit within the confines of the job we're looking for. So our job descriptions, and I just haven't looked at this one in a long time, our job descriptions, we tend to create them so that there's a little room to allow the city to hire people that are good candidates.
So you're looking at filling a position that A, has to make sure that all candidates file all their campaign finance reports on time, be knowledgeable of that calendar, train poll workers, know the ins and outs of election law, be able to have this skill set to go out, and we know how difficult this is, attract poll workers, get them in the room, train them to be able to teach them election law, teach them about, I don't know, absentee ballots, teach them about provisional ballots, teach them about when you get a, require an ID, so forth, what all the different scenarios that person has to go into. Manage the voting list. Also, participate in an active voter registration campaign, per what I was just told. And you think that maybe you'll find this person who's done this in this building, and you're not going to try to find someone who's actually done that sort of work outside?
I am telling you that my obligation under the union contract is to give steelworkers a week to apply. And that's what we are mandated to do, and that's what we will do. Do I expect to find someone? I have to keep an open mind because that is my requirement under the union contract. If we do not, we will go out to the market. But you raise a very good point because this is a job that requires a lot of talent. It's questionable whether we're going to find someone that can do all the things that you just described that we really want for $60,000. But that's the union pay scale for the job. It's the same challenge we have on a lot of jobs.
Given the job description I just did, and let's say you find someone who's superhuman and can multitask and has off time, what are the chances that this person, after you filling out this job description, you're able to also include in there, will be required to assist in the other tasks outside of this position without having some union grievance when you write this position up? Because if you're writing this, it's a union position, you're writing these tasks, what are the chances that the Steelworkers Union isn't going to balk when they say, oh, and by the way, you got to help the parking clerk? What are the chances that this job description is going to be not outside, or you're going to be able to do any sort of assistance outside of that?
Usually most of our job descriptions in these offices have catch-all lines that says, or other duties as required in the office by the supervisor.
Okay.
But we do sometimes get grievances on that in other offices, yes.
I'm sure that the first year that this person's going to be out there, we'll have the training wheels, and Jeanette will be right next to him and so forth. So I'm sure. But
Realistically, my hope is that we could find someone who's working in some other city clerk's office out there that is, looking to move for whatever reason. That's probably the kind of person I'm hoping we can find. Someone who's in another municipality, city clerk's office, that for whatever reason wants a new challenge. This could be a tiny bit more money. It might be the same, but they just need a change of scenery. That's the kind of person we're hoping we might find.
with this, I'm curious, Jeanette, I know your role, work with you. What is the role of your assistant city clerk, Patricia Lewis? How will her role change in this situation with the addition of an election clerk? And because I know that Patty does a lot of this work, so if this person is there, how does her role change in the office?
I don't think the intention here is that anybody's letting go of any role in it. That's not the intent. So I just...
Well, it'll free up. I mean, if you do have one person,
Correct.
obviously it frees other people up, as you say, so...
We have
Yeah.
vital records, corrections, many corrections, just the census, the dog licenses, the business certificates, even business certificates, there's, in my goals, one of them is to start working with ISD and licensing, things that we don't do now. Like there's room for growth in our office, things that we could be doing better, more of. So there is a plan in place for all of this.
Okay. I noticed in the goals that I didn't see any focus about trying to transition more people from standing in line to doing more online sort of transactions. So my question is, what is the level of work that you can see that can make it easier for people to get out of their line and do their things online? And maybe, address what's going on, because the internet is open 24 hours a day. So I'm curious as to what sort of business can we do to get rid of all that?
I think since I started, since I've taken the position, bless you, I think the online has grown tremendously since the first time you and I, at one budget, I remember hearing you had mentioned that, but it has grown, and I think COVID put that in, kicked
Overdrive?
Overdrive. And so anybody looking for certificates, we've seen an increase online. So unfortunately, I don't know for Chelsea that it'll ever just be 50% that in the walk-ins. I just think people, we're a small city, they want to walk in, they want to have a communication with someone, speak to someone, but we have seen growth, especially with online on the parking side and with vital records, even just during COVID, we would get an email saying, hey, I see this online. And so I think we're going in that direction. And I understand it's 2022, but we're going in that direction, more so now than ever. And I don't really have an explanation for that other than I think in Chelsea, and maybe because of language barriers, they come in, they want to speak to someone.
But Jeanette was encouraging people in these lines, next year, apply online, it's much easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. No, you got anyone else? Councilor Brown,
Being late, I just get in from
the
my
pizza held you up?
full-time job. No, I haven't eaten that yet, but I'm hungry. Get in it. So I just wanted to piggyback on President Avellaneta's question regarding the position that you're thinking of creating and asking for is a election commissioner or commission?
Calvin, do you want to, Council VP, can you please speak into the, thank you.
Commissioner? And so by having that, wouldn't that in turn free up some of the work? Because a lot of the work that's defined from what I heard is already being done by either yourself or Patty, correct? Mm-hmm. So by having this other person, it takes away from either one or two of you, both, correct?
Yeah, so that's why I was saying we would put focus in other things in the office. We do have a lot going on in the office that I think is just behind the scenes. Even, for example, the number of corrections for certificates, when people fill out forms.
But certificate in what department?
Like vital records.
Yeah, so, but you already have staff for that division?
Yeah, we are all staffed, all these responsibilities and all of our job descriptions, correct.
So are you thinking about reorganizing the office?
No, I have not.
Just by bringing these two additional folks in, is this part of a reorganization of the office?
No, the office, the way it's built now, as Tom kind of said earlier, everybody's job description has a built-in service backup. And
yeah.
So if you were to separate, you wouldn't have as many people to serve that office. We're combined. We're not. I know Woburn, for example, they have city clerk and parking. They have combined offices. So no, I'm not suggesting a reorganization.
They still have staff to do specific jobs.
Yes, Correct,
So,
yes.
with this full-time election commissioner, right? Full-time? So she or he will take away your responsibility or Patty's responsibility, so that would free one of the two of you up. Is that correct?
They would take on most of the responsibility
Okay.
and free us up to do, yes, focus on other
And you
things.
said something about ISD, but you haven't elaborated about
No,
what
I was
type.
just making a point that, for example, like business certificates, there, I think that we can work on, educating people on why you need a business certificate, what the process is. For example, in order to get a business certificate, you need an occupancy permit, and so you have to go to ISD. When you're at ISD, if there's certain things that need to go before the licensing commission, some things that's little things that I've learned since I've taken the position, and things I want to put focus on.
So are those things that's already required in their job expectation, or these
The
new things?
business certificates are, but I'm just looking at it from a different perspective on how we can better the system.
And, I heard the manager say maybe we can, if you have the ideal candidate you can get from another city council office or another clerk's office, would they automatically be a steel worker if they come from one of those offices?
This is a steel worker's position.
So across the state?
Oh, no, it's a steel worker position here in City Hall.
Right.
So wherever they come from, they're gonna leave that job, they're gonna come to City Hall, they will join the steel workers union. Well, I shouldn't say that.
Well, that's
They
my
will,
question.
it's a steel worker's job, whether they join the union or not is completely voluntary now on their part.
I'm
But
a
it's
little
within the
confused.
steel worker's contract.
I'm a little confused because you said that first and foremost, the person, whoever fills this position, has to be a union person.
It's a
Correct?
union position, so the salary we're gonna pay them is on the union scale. But under a Supreme Court ruling
Right.
from several years ago, people can no longer be mandated to join a union. So someone could come here and say, I don't wanna be in the union, but they'll still get paid according to this union scale.
So you honestly don't have to, do you have to highlight it as a union preference or a,
It's a union position. They'll be paid in accordance with the union pay scale.
okay. Also, I saw here in your goals for initiatives for 2023, it talks about creating another way for return and census form.
Yes.
Are you talking about annual census
Yes.
forms? What problem are you having now with those returns?
With the current vendor for our website, it's not possible. What I would like to make is a fillable, like PDF form, so you could, if you didn't get in the mail, or you could just fill it out and submit it online to us through our website. So
Okay.
we're not capable of doing it right now, but I was told we have potential for that.
Would that be similar like what we had with the citywide sticker program for cars?
I don't know how you mean.
So before you were able to just renew your pass or your sticker for your car through the mail, correct?
No, you could do it online, by
Online,
mail, in person.
or
Yeah, you could do
Like a
it.
fillable thing?
Online is just, you create an account, and then you take a photograph of your license and registration. So it's not really it's not the same in that you create your account and it kind of like fills in the blanks. And so that's your account for your vehicle.
So by having a selection commissioner, now other people in the office that's already experienced with what the selection commissioner now have to figure out or know to do, they'll be free to do these other jobs like that. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Councilor Cooper, regarding the budget.
All right. Yeah, I know, regarding to the budget, I got you. Okay, so here's a question you just, going back to what Councilor Brown just said. So, when you renew your stickers, you can do it online, right?
Yes.
How about the people that don't have computers? What about them?
They still come in. You can still come in. You can buy mail, drop box outside. We take it.
What if they request for you to mail it to them? They call you and say, can you mail me that? It's still an option for them? Because this way, it seems like if you have a computer, you're fine. If you don't, you gotta come in and get it. And then, there's another catch to that, because it happened to me. I come in and you owe tickets, then you can't get it. You have to go back, pay your tickets, then come back again and get re-cleared. So if you do it online and you have tickets,
We're going offline, Counselor.
huh?
We're going offline to the budget, not operations.
But I'm just going by what he's,
Budget.
budget.
Any
Okay,
budget
then we better
questions?
stick to the fine, thank you, no more questions. We're gonna stick to the budget.
Yes, sir.
Budget questions, that's it.
That's correct. Any other budget questions relating to what's proposed in front of us? New position, Counselor Annual Lopez.
Regular salary went from 226 to, actually, 226 to 332.
Yes.
Why it went so high?
Well,
New position.
there's a couple of things. The 37,000 that you see below that, the temporary salary, that's been moved up to the regular salary. That was a position that was classified in a temporary line in fiscal '22. So we're proposing to put that into the regular salary because it's fully funded, and I think it's full-time. So, yeah, full-time
will be the-
position.
the
So
salary
that's
for the
that's
election
one thing.
commission?
That's 37, and then the election person that we've been talking about is in the $60,000 range. So those two combined are giving you that increase, and I think there's a couple of step increases as well for the other 4 staff members.
Okay.
So basically, if we look at the page 89, had there been another column on page 89 with all those names, aside from the election commission, it would have been new, we would have seen, say, the clerk floater maybe was less than $38,000 last year. Senior clerk was maybe less than $52,000. Assistant city clerk was probably less than $84,000. I'm not sure if Jeanette's salary had
Yeah, I
changed
mean,
from
there's
last year.
roughly a
but-
3%.
3%
So
salary
there was an increase just in the existing salary base from last year to this year, plus
Yes.
you're adding a $60,000 job, 60, roughly.
And moving the temporary person up from the temporary line into the regular salary.
So we're going to 1.5, 1.5 increase, with 1 plus the floater?
The floater's full-time, so we just moved the floater from the temp line to the regular salary line. No, there was no real salary impact there.
Okay.
And we are putting so that's one new full-time equivalent.
And what was the floater salary last year? It was 38 or roughly around there.
37, so
Yeah,
this is a
okay.
3% increase.
Okay. So Councilor Lopez, to clarify your question or to answer your question, they have, the reason for the increase in salary is, one, they're adding a $60,000 position, plus there were an increase in the salaries of the existing staff. So it all combined to that increase of 47%.
And again, on the election commissioner, I agree with our Councilor Recupero and Taylor regarding this person. If this person is not going to have enough work, and Tom said he wanted to have it as a part-time job, but so he upgraded to a full-time, so that way, he maybe in the job description, the person will be able to help, to alleviate the big lines that we always get there.
Yes, the idea was that we were better served having a full-time position than trying to create a 28-hour or 24-hour position. We could certainly use the help, as we've heard, and it's easier to fill a full-time position than it is to fill a 28-hour position.
In the job description, is that going to be there helping to maybe to alleviate the big lines there? That way the person won't say, oh, that's not my job.
The
Usually
job
that's what happens
description
with
will
the
be
union.
like every other description that also has this catch-all for other duties as required in the office.
All right, thank you.
Councilors, any other questions? Okay. We'll move
Councilor-
on to parking.
Parking, yes.
So we go to
that's on-
page
136?
136.
And if I could just highlight a few things before Jeanette makes her statement on this. The first is the salaries are going down by 1.17%. That's unusual, but the reason for that is that there is a person who retired in fiscal '22 who had a higher rate of pay on that grade 9 that Tom had talked about. So the position is a union position at grade 9, but it was a higher step in '22 than it will be in '23. So that's the reason for the drop. A couple of other things, the $117,000 increase is due to an increase in tickets being written. There's an increase in permits. There's also a residual effect on the postage when there's a lot more letters being sent out for overdue notices on parking. And the $22,000 increase in other services has to do with the wage increases to the parking enforcement officials, the living wage increases.
So that's, I just want to point out, because that's an important point. We require all of our vendors to pay a living wage. We set that living wage each February. This year, because of the rate of inflation, the living wage went up by 7%. So this gets passed on to our vendors, and so that is a large part of that bump up.
Question. I'm trying to see where the revenue is from, where would I find the revenue for
You don't
meters and
see it
such?
in this section. I think it's referenced at the beginning of the book. Let me just find the page.
So when we estimate revenues under fines and forfeits, we include the revenues that we get in from parking.
What
You
about,
see the
what
grid on
about,
pa-
I'm just interested in meter revenue. I know that now that we've gone to more app use, what that looks like instead of having the actual coins and such, and what is that trend looking like?
Yeah, our parking meter revenue is not a big piece of our revenues. It's, I don't have the number in front of me. I might be able to find it in a moment, but
I don't think I have it. I'll have to get it for you.
Just curious of what the trend was, if it was consistent with other municipalities who went electronic app-based and seeing an increase overall and so forth, and what that looks like of maybe a net increase in revenue due to the changing
It's-
of,
It's a separate fund outside a general fund, so it's
Okay.
not showing in the general fund budget. I can get the information for you, but it's not part of the general fund.
Okay.
this is not a significant piece of revenue for the city, parking meter revenue, as opposed to parking ticket revenue.
Right,
Yes.
understood.
And
So-
our parking meter, I mean, we've had this conversation, Jeanette and I and Ned, about upgrading our meters, but it's not cost-effective for any company to come in the city and do this like we've seen other cities do, because our meter prices remain a quarter for an hour, a half hour, and that's way below market. But we've purposely haven't wanted to raise that. But if we want to really upgrade our meters, there's all these companies out there willing to do it, but their condition to the city always is you have to raise your prices and be more consistent with what other cities are charging, because otherwise it's not worth us to provide you with all this upgraded equipment. And so we've resisted that. At some point, we might want to jump in that pool, but for the moment, we're not.
You're too cheap.
Yes.
We are too cheap downtown. Council Vido, or what? Go ahead.
No, that was a question. I know that you said that there was an increase in parking tickets. I'm wondering why and if we know what the majority of those parking tickets are for. Is it resident sticker? Is it illegal parking? I'm just curious about if we know what the increase is.
No, I don't know specifically. I can look into that. We do, overnight, the officers have been writing more tickets too for the other violations. So as you know, our parking enforcement officers write just strictly residential permit. And then an officer is in the vicinity in case there's an issue, and they write 20 feet of an intersection, crosswalk, hydrant.
So they do more the
They do.
technical, got it.
Mhm.
So,
That has increased in the past year. Yes.
so we're hiring more police officers to give more tickets to the residents of the city. This is great. We're doing amazing.
Police don't.
Just
Please
keep in mind, so a lot of times, we get council requests to do enforcement, to parking in the crosswalks, parking near the corner.
I
So
know.
at night, there's one officer that goes with the, so that's not changing.
I
We're not adding
know.
officers at night for writing tickets. We have one officer at night that goes with parking control, and that person writes all the non-residential sticker
It's
violations.
just really frustrating that we're increasing revenue by giving more parking tickets to residents when we keep building knowing that we don't have enough parking for residents. It's just, I know I say the same argument every budget hearing, but it just gets really frustrating when we're making money off people because we're creating these conditions where they have nowhere to put their vehicles.
I mean, we're trying to drive, part of this reason of requiring people to come in and renew and get a new sticker each year and prove to us is to ensure that only people who really live in Chelsea get these stickers, because what we had found, and Jeanette can speak more articulately than I can, is that before we started this sort of requiring yearly proof, we had thousands of people with residential stickers who did not live in the city of Chelsea. And so we really tried to cull that so that at least we can say to the residents, if you see a residential parking sticker out there, we have proven that that person really does indeed live in Chelsea. It's not, doesn't solve your problem, but we have culled.
It's not my problem, it's Chelsea's
Right.
problem.
We have culled lots of people who no longer live in Chelsea from these roles.
Councilor Taylor, then Councilor Brown. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Councilor Taylor first with a budget. I don't know, I saw Councilor Taylor. Councilor Taylor. Councilor Taylor.
So, as far as the parking enforcement vendors, or vendor, who is that? How long is the contract, and how much, like, I must be missing it, unless it's under other services, is that right?
It's in a couple of lines.
It's, it's 3 lines. It's data processing, other services, and postage. That encumbers the entire contract.
Okay. Okay.
Data processing is parking enforcement?
Yeah, so the technology end of it, the cloud-based system software we have,
Okay, so
ticket
that's,
issuance.
and other services is the actual staffing?
Yeah, staffing and
It's a-
sometimes.
The euphemism.
Yes.
A euphemism, we don't call it parking enforcement, we call it other services, okay.
We can't have lines in the general ledger that are that specific,
Yeah.
because then we run out of lines if we added
Okay.
it that way. So it's other services, and it's a catch-all for that type of work. Could be contract services, but it seemed to fit better under other services.
So I'm sorry, I'm still waiting for the answer on my question.
The question was, how long is the contract? When did we sign?
Oh, so the contract is, right now, we put out an RFP, and we.
For a new, for all
proposals.
vendors for a
Yeah.
new contract?
Yes.
And that's starting next year?
So it would be starting July 1 for 1 year with the option of 3 years total of an extension.
1-year contract, 2 one-year options.
Okay, all right. Because, I mean, the reason why I bring this up is because I've had a lot of people calling me, writing me with complaints. We talked about it, Mr. City Manager. I understand that lots of times conflicts happen and everybody has a side of the story. I fully understand that. But I do consider the volume of people who have contacted me, and, you know, I think that there's at least some concern in the community about the enforcement. So I'll just leave it there, but I'm glad to see that we're putting out another RFP for...
We're out to bid. There's a limited number of vendors in this space, so it's quite possible we're going to end up with the same vendor.
Yeah, I understand. All right, and so I know you said it was under 2 line items. How much are we paying for the enforcement?
The total contract is
I mean,
a little
is
under.
all of that under? It's all of postage and all of data processing put together? Okay, so that was my question.
No, because some of the.
Yeah, I know, that's why I'm asking, like, what is the total for the actual?
So do you know the total contract? We're under contract right now through June 30th. Do you know what the contract price was for FY '22?
It's a little over 800,000 total.
And approximately how much do we bring in?
Over
Over $2 million.
$2 million?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown, then Councilor Recupero.
I'm sorry, that does not include the meters that we talked about earlier, the parking
Right,
meters.
okay.
That's
So
the
that's not a
parking enforcement
significant-
piece. Yeah.
Thank you.
Postage in the other service in particular. Can you just tell me what other services is?
It's a catch.
That's the line that we have the parking enforcement officers paid through. So we don't pay them directly, we pay their company.
Right.
I think we're invoiced on a monthly basis from Passport.
Does it include overtime?
I don't know.
We get a flat rate fee for the services they provide.
So in overtime, in other services, there's no money that goes out for paying anyone overtime?
Well, no, I don't think we're obligated for overtime. We pay a fee,
Okay.
an hourly rate of what the parking enforcement officers work, and the company charges us under that type of an invoice. Right.
So on the overtime line, it's only $500.
Yes.
And is all of that money used as of this year from 2000?
That's for our employees.
Overtime for the 2 employees in the department, the assistant parking clerk and the clerk general. That's overtime for our employees.
Last part of the question. So the night service, so the night person to go out that we have to do the maintaining and ticketing, that's not overtime?
The police officer is on overtime.
Yeah, so where's that here?
That's in the police department budget.
Okay.
The police officer on overtime. The personnel from the company, we're just paid a flat fee for them.
Okay. For some reason, I thought we track the overtime that's paid out of the parking budget to go to the police.
No,
I think we're tracking it in the police department.
Yeah, we don't track that separately. It's part of the police department's overtime budget.
Okay. No other question.
Councilor Recupero.
One of my questions was, Councilor Taylor asked one of the ones I wanted to ask you. Over here, right, you have a cost of gasoline of $5,600. That's not really, the gasoline was sky high, so you're gonna estimate the gasoline. This is a gasoline that we put in the city cars that these pocket people use?
Yes.
And it only came out to $5,600?
No, we kept it, the cost realistic to what we had spent in the previous years. We did have electric vehicles, we do have regular cars now. I suspect it will go up, but
I can answer a little bit more on that. So in fiscal '22, the current year that we're in, We have spent so far on gasoline in that department $3,300, so we expect somewhere in the 4,000 range, I think, this year, maybe a little bit more with cost increases. So with that information, we didn't think that we needed to increase this line any.
We did increase gasoline lines in some of the bigger gasoline budget, fire, police, DPW, but we didn't touch this one. It's kind of insignificant.
All right, but so we hire a company and we furnish the things for them, right? So the only thing the company actually does is use the drivers. And we don't pay the drivers. We give them a contract, but we maintain the vehicles and we pay the gasoline and we put the insurance.
It's the personnel that we're paying for.
So the only thing we actually are paying, and they increased 40%, because over here it says data processing services, 40%.
Yeah,
That's a different part of that's a different part of the
that's not the
contract.
parking enforcement officers. That would be the data processing
So how
services.
come that is not in this piece?
The enforcement officers are on the second line down from that, the $22,000 increase at 4%. That's where you find your parking enforcement officer payments. The 117 you're referring to, that's data processing. That's the number of tickets that are written, the costing of permits that are written, and some other things through
That's
that.
the number of tickets that we generate, and
Yes.
so that
Issue.
came, like,
Number of
city
tickets that are-
manager said about $2 million.
That's the revenue side, yeah.
So Jeanette answered the question earlier. We pay this company $800,000.
That was what we
About
paid in
that.
FY '22. I expect it'll go up. That's why we have some increases built
So
in.
you expect it to go up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
How
that's
much
spread.
you think it will go up?
Well, I'm hoping we don't have the price yet, but I'm hoping it doesn't go up more than we're estimating, that's for sure.
We had this company for what, a year now, 2 years?
2019.
Almost 2
2019.
years. So when you actually, I've been here a while and I see all the time, there's a turnover on these companies. We don't have the same. So why do we keep having a big turnover on these companies? Because what is it, when they come up, they lower bid? We can't maintain the same people that we have?
When you go to RFP, when you put out the RFP, yes, it's supposed to be the lowest bid. But
There aren't a huge amount of competitors out there in this space.
But we always try to keep the best staff, so the staff hasn't really changed. And then every company we've ever had always tries to hire Chelsea residents. They make those efforts. That is.
So it's beneficial for us to keep getting the lower bid instead of, you know.
If we can,
If we
yes.
can.
I mean, the bid, this time around, we don't know what the cost is going to be. When it's submitted, it might be higher than the current cost. We have no way of knowing that until they're all in.
So but you do hire the guy that gives you the lowest price.
Well, I think we're obligated to do that, yes.
This,
Is that why we have a
this
turnover?
contract is evaluated a little more than just on price, though.
Yeah, there's.
So there are other factors beside price when we're evaluating certain contracts. This is one of them. So we're also evaluating, your track record in other communities.
Performance, how they treat the people.
Exactly, all sorts of different criteria to make a selection.
Because it's important. I get, like Councilor Taylor says, a lot of people complain about these parking people. So I was, that's why I was asking that question, because you have a turnover all the time. So wouldn't it be, like you said, we're obligated by law to take the lowest bid. So we can't really keep a company longer than 3 years because somebody else outbids them and then we're back.
We typically have 3-year contracts, but they're often structured as this one is. It's a 1-year contract with 2 one-year options at the city's option. So if we don't like a company, we can terminate the contract and then go back out to bid again.
Thank you, that's it.
I will say that I'm not sure there's any community where people do not complain about the parking enforcement officers.
They always complain.
More questions? All right, so, sorry, Councilor Lopez, yep.
Regarding parking, we got the electrical outlets out right here in the corner, right? We eliminated, it was either 2 or 3 meters. We used to get earn money from, from people parking there. Now that people park their cars in charge, do they pay for that, or the city provide that for free?
At the moment, we're providing it for free. Some communities are charging. We've made a policy decision at the moment to give this as a free service. We'll have to revisit that as we add more of these stations around. But for the moment, we've made this it's really a small pilot we're sort of doing. At the moment, it is free. Other communities do charge for this. At some point, we may go in that direction.
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jeanette.
Okay, the next department up is permitting and land use. John DePriest, the
Page
department
93.
director, is here.
Page 93, everyone.
I'll just highlight a couple of things, and then John can make his statement on the salaries. There's a one-person department, so this is John's salary only. There's a contractual increase that is afforded here for his COLA. In the operations section, there's a $20,000 increase. In the contract services line, this line funds GIS mapping services, zoning and planning contracts, special studies, and special projects.
We are increasing it, and John can speak further, because right now we have a attorney on contract to help John write some of these opinions and get them out. And he has some design services. When a big project comes in, we want an independent person to look at them. And we've wanted to beef this up to get a few more hours of this service per week or per month. And so I've authorized this increase in this line item so that we can increase the number of hours we're getting of outside attorney help for this office. That helps mostly with written opinions, not legal when we're sued. That's our city solicitor. This is just helping with the legal writing of the opinions to get properly recorded, et cetera. And then also some design services help that John often likes to rely upon when he's especially dealing with more complicated projects. But John, go ahead and elaborate on that if you wish.
Well, you've actually said it all. There's very little to elaborate. I do have two consultants. One, as Tom said, is the legal attorney who sits with me at my meetings and helps me write the legal decisions. She does it on her own and then presents it to me in draft form, and I look at it and I make whatever changes. Then I have a peer review team, the landscape architects, and engineers that I call on for particularly large or projects that may take more time than I have to review them. And they're available on an on-call basis, and I decide which cases that they fall in. For example, on the Forbes case, I had the peer review services on that case.
Councilor Recupero.
What is a contract service? It increased 100%.
That is for the legal consultant, helping me write my decisions, and for the design team that helps me review complicated projects.
So all the stuff you do legally, you sent out?
No. Only the writing of the decisions. After a zoning case is heard, a legal decision has to be written up and filed with the city clerk, recorded with the registry of deeds, and then they can proceed. That is a time-consuming process, and we opted to put it out to the consultants to help me so I could focus on the other duties I'm doing in the department.
Another question. You're going to have an assistant to you. The job is not posted yet. What is that job going to pay and what does it consist of? Because over here it says planner, land use administrator vacant. Is he planning to add one?
This is a job that did exist at one time. We have not filled it for the last 2 years, despite John's advocacy to fill it. I have kept it in here because my commitment to John is that things going as hopefully as well next year as they are this year, I will fill that position in FY '24, but it is unfilled and not budgeted and will not be filled during FY '23. But I kept it in here because it is my expectation that this is one of the positions I will likely come to the council in FY '24 looking to fill as a new position.
No more question, thank you.
Anyone else? Anybody else? John, I think you are all done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You stay here long enough on zoning board and planning board meetings, so we'll let you go home early.
Just another night of work. It's still fun. Thank you.
All right, so we,
Housing and Community Development, Alex Train.
okay. We,
I don't know. It should be.
Okay, so this is page 96 in the book.
So,
And
So one thing I just do want to say on this salary, so we're looking at starting on page 96. But the actual budget itself, the budget numbers are on pages 101, is on page 101, and the personnel is on pages 102 and 103. I just want to point out something in the salary line item because you see a large increase. For some of the councils who have been here a few years, you know that we have been slowly trying to eliminate the reliance on this redevelopment fund that we've had for a while, where we were subsidizing salaries in this account. We really were told by our outside auditors that you can't be doing that. And so since the day I arrived, I have been slowly weaning this department off that redevelopment fund and putting everyone in this budget on the operating budget so that we're actually properly funding this department. This was last year at budget time, I think we had 1.5 employees still on that redevelopment fund. I promised that I would eliminate that entirely. So this year reflects the first time that everyone on this budget is on the operating budget and off that redevelopment fund line, which our outside auditors have wanted us to do for a while. So the large increase in salary is not because we added employees. In fact, we didn't add any new employees. Last year you did add an employee in this account. This time we didn't. There's no new employees in this budget. It is just the increases because everyone's now in the operating budget, with the exception of those people who are funded in CDBG, a legitimate way to fund people by our auditors, and by the Bar Foundation grant, which helps to fund the people in our North Suffolk Office of Resilience and Sustainability, and the person who's funded jointly by the Community Preservation Act Committee and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board as their administrator. So there are people who are not funded in the operating budget here, but they are funded by these, what I'll call legitimate sources: CDBG, Bar Foundation grant, Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board, and CPC.
And so on pages 102 and 103, you'll see the listing of salaries and individual staff members. I'll just point out one more thing, that the FTE on page 102, the FTE is slightly less than 1 in some cases, but it's made up with the CDBG funded grant on page 103. So those salaries that are listed on 102 and the first name on 103 is what makes up the general fund budget proposed of $478,989.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Alex. has a presentation.
All right. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget proposal for FY23 this evening. I don't want to belabor this too much. I know you have a long night ahead of you, so I will cycle through just a couple of quick slides that offer a glimpse of what we have programmed for the year ahead. So many of you are familiar with the department's mission that's grounded in serving residents. Resident service is really at the forefront of what the department does in order to achieve a prosperous, healthy, and equitable community. By doing this, we're able to oversee numerous activities related to strategic planning, program management and implementation, project management and development, as well as policy analysis in 6 main areas of concentration. I'm going to scoot over here just to switch the slide. Great, so those main areas include housing, workforce development, economic development, transportation and mobility, climate resilience and sustainability, and lastly, community development. And right now, the department comprises approximately 10 members, soon to be 12, including a director, senior project manager tasked with infrastructure projects, and a range of urban planning, designer, and technical specialty staff. This includes the 2 staff that the city manager mentioned that are funded by the Barr Foundation grant, focused exclusively on climate adaptation and sustainability. Moreover, we have 2 residents this year that are joining us as community development and sustainability fellows that will be assisting the department this summer. So over the coming fiscal year, we're aiming to accelerate many of the investments that the city manager and the city council have been championing in these 6 main areas. On the housing front, we're looking to continue the delivery of innovative housing stability programs and projects. With inflation increasing and a recession looming on the horizon, we understand the importance of heading off evictions and foreclosure activity to prevent the displacement of residents. Furthermore, we're seeking to increase investments in affordable home ownership. This will include advancing important affordable home ownership projects like 440 Broadway and 4143 Orange Street, as well as first-generation homebuyer programs that will allow residents, with a focus on residents of color, achieve home ownership to address racial wealth disparities. And then lastly, in the housing sector, we're increasingly active with relation to housing conditions. Many folks are aware that housing conditions declined as a result of the pandemic. We are looking to launch a new senior home repair program, as well as to continue our efforts with the Chelsea Housing Rehabilitation Program to address code violations and improve housing conditions for low and moderate income residents. With regards to economic development and workforce development, our efforts continue to strive to attract high-quality jobs in durable sectors that really capitalize on the city's geographic advantage and cultural and human resources. With a highly skilled workforce, we're seeking to recruit new businesses to the city, reposition districts like the district surrounding Market Basket for commercial redevelopment, as well as foster equitable economic development in areas around our waterfront with key projects like 295 Eastern Ave, 22 Willow Street, and 111 Eastern Ave. In parallel with these business attraction and development efforts, we're aiming to continue to encourage the growth of small businesses and residents to take the sort of entrepreneurship leap to start their own business. We'll continue to operate a robust technical assistance program and look to increase resources with ARPA funding to promote entrepreneurship and small business development. In the mobility space, the last year has been really accentuated by investments in our major transportation arteries like Broadway, Beecham Street, and Central Avenue. As many of these projects are now under construction, we're aiming to successfully see these through to fruition, as well as jumpstart investments in public transportation and improvements to neighborhood streets. So this will include addressing traffic calming issues at the neighborhood scale in conjunction with local residents, as well as working with community stakeholders and state agencies to mitigate some of the impacts of larger state projects, like the planned bridge replacement over on County Road. In the community development space, our goal is to deploy a range of community building, placemaking, and social service programs that allow us to increase social resiliency and empower residents to improve their communities. So token projects this coming year will include the renovation of the Mace basketball courts with Chelsea Housing Authority Tenants Council, the development of a new park at 88 Clinton Street, the redesign of Chelsea Square, a historic public space in the heart of our downtown, as well as placemaking and public art projects that will enliven our neighborhoods. And then lastly, on the topic of resilience and sustainability, our efforts, which are spearheaded by the North Suffolk Office of Resilience and Sustainability, will continue to focus on a few main areas. These include mitigating the adverse impacts of flooding, addressing urban heat and air quality issues by addressing pollution and the causes of extreme heat, as well as focusing on energy efficiency and sustainability by working with residents to implement clean technologies like solar, energy efficiency measures, and battery storage in their homes. Additionally, we'll look to collaborate with community-based partners like Green Roots, CAPIC, and the neighborhood developers to continue efforts around energy efficiency and energy resilience, such as the microgrid project that we're currently collaborating on. All in all, many of these efforts this year, as you can note in the attachment that depicts the grant activities to date, will be bolstered by this infusion of ARPA funding that the city's received. So with approximately $15 million set aside for community development purposes, our Community Advisory Committee, consisting of residents, small business owners, and community leaders, composed a recovery plan focused on a handful of main areas. This $15 million will be divided amongst affordable housing, workforce and small business development, open space and environmental health, mental and behavioral health, food security, as well as environmental and open space. And so as you can see by the attachment, many of our efforts over the coming year have yet to be defined. We're presently distilling the recommendations of this Community Advisory Committee into projects and programs that we'll seek to deploy over the coming months. The majority of these projects will be in close partnership with community-based organizations as well as City Council in order to ensure that residents can benefit and gain access to these efforts. The theme of all of this work around ARPA really centers on the underlying disparities that made the community so vulnerable in the face of COVID-19. So our goal ultimately is to leverage this funding to address those social, racial, and economic inequities to ensure that the community can withstand future pandemics, climate impacts, and other extreme events and bounce back faster. And with that, this is a snapshot of the grant-funded activities report that I mentioned that's attached to your package. This illustrates the grant-funded projects that we have under management right now. It includes significant infrastructure projects, economic and workforce development initiatives, housing development, as well as climate resilience and environmental efforts. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about these projects or about our proposed FY23 budget that Council might have. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions? Council Lopez.
Yes, so on two positions grant funded, Ibrahim Lopez Hernandez and where's the other one? I saw two. So this is a grant funded position, and what's going to happen with the grant expire?
So that's correct, Councilor. So these positions are funded for 3 total years. So our expectation is that over the coming year, we'll be engaging with the Bar Foundation to potentially renew this grant. As part of the terms and conditions of this grant, each year during that 3-year period, the municipalities of Chelsea, Revere, and Winthrop have to shoulder a matching contribution. So that match grows each fiscal year. So this year, as you can note in our contract services line, we've budgeted additional funding for those roles, but we do expect that we'll be able to secure additional grant funding to continue these important positions after the 3rd year.
So that's for those two positions, resilience and sustainability, right? Those two positions, that's the one you're talking about?
Correct, yep.
All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Anyone else? Council Tenardi Garcia?
How are you going to provide these services for our residents? What's your outreach look like in terms of programs for business owners or home ownership? Is it just emails? Like, how are we reaching out to our public?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the majority of our outreach is really heavily dependent on our community-based partners. So we collaborate closely with community-based organizations and nonprofits, as well as groups of residents to disseminate information about projects and programs. So this includes some of the conventional media, social media, as well as direct on-the-ground engagement. So in a lot of the work that we do, we do neighborhood canvassing, flyering, tabling at events, and other in-person interfacing with residents, since that has proven to be most effective, and there is such a wide gap in terms of digital access in the community. And so a lot of the projects and programs that are depicted here include set budgets to support the costs of that type of engagement. So frequently we'll provide residents with stipends to assist us with neighborhood outreach, as well as partner with community-based organizations to help us amplify those messages.
Great, thank you.
I got a question. Alex, so it's a lot of things going on in your department here. So I guess a question for Tom. I just wonder, Tom, when it comes to this sort of the bandwidth of this department, Alex is doing, I think, I meet with him on a regular basis on a number of different issues, and I have to ask, is it something that you may be overburdening this one department with so much? I mean, you have so many different projects going on at the same time, and I'm sure he's up to the task, but I'm just wondering, does it make sense? Because, it used to be that this department maybe did one or two of these things, and that was enough to, for one department head to have to manage. Now you're talking about, you add climate resiliency, and now, the new thing is that, I'm not sure if anyone of my colleagues have noticed, but now I'm starting to meet Alex to talk about public works projects, which previously it used to be I'd meet with Fidel or someone from his department to tell me these are the updates of what's going on with the capital improvement projects and so forth. So I'm wondering, why are we transitioning, of all things, CIP, capital improvement projects on all the updates, when it used to be someone like Fidel who would keep me up to date as to what's going on. And so I'm just interested in what's your plan here, what's your goal here, and why this transition?
So it is a department that has a lot of work, no question about it, and will likely be taking on more work as we start looking for the correct way to expend ARPA dollars in a way that aligns with the community, the ARPA Community Engagement Committee's request. We do expect to be hiring individuals to help his department. So initially, they will be grant funded. So some of the ARPA money will be spent on project managers for certain of the specific ARPA program funding that we are going to do. So we are looking to bring on, at the moment, 2 project managers. I expect we're going to bring on a small business specialist in Alex's department, paid for through ARPA, because that was a specific request of one of the committees. So I do think he's going to get some personnel help that initially, for the next couple of years, will be grant funded and may end up transitioning in fiscal year 25 or 26 into additional employees. So this is probably a department that is going to grow over time and grow in the operating budget. But at least for the next few years, we're going to probably grow this department personnel-wise through grant opportunities, including ARPA opportunity. In terms of specific CIP project, it does depend. Some of them are under the jurisdiction of DPW, and some of them are under the jurisdiction of this department. So, for example, Beecham Street, that is a project that we got an EDA grant for, that has been under this department since we got that grant. So that's a project that's sort of been that is being overseen by almost exclusively Housing and Community Development. There are other public works projects where it's more of a DPW oversight. But for the most part, Alex and Lou, DPW and Housing and Community Development, are trying to work much more closely and cooperatively on bigger projects. So DPW personnel like Rebecca works very closely with Alex's office. So the 2 offices are, I'm really trying to get them to be more of a cohesive whole than existed perhaps 3 or 4 years ago. So there is some overlap, but for the most part, they work pretty collaboratively together on these larger projects. But the more specific question, this is a very busy department. It will need more personnel, and I do expect that you'll see in fiscal year 25, you may see some additional personnel that'll move on to the operating budget. You haven't seen any requested in FY23 because for the most part, the additional personnel I'm going to hire to assist Alex's office in some of this ARPA programming is going to be paid by ARPA funding.
And so just echoing the city manager's comment regarding the capital project. So on many of the infrastructure projects that are depicted here, DPW and our department work jointly to oversee. So each department, will assign dedicated staff people to handle specific project phases. So we'll usually tackle, the planning phase and the design phase in conjunction with DPW, whereas they take the lead when it comes to construction. So we have a good synergy between our staffs. Our project managers work together on a day-to-day basis. It's relatively cohesive, and they all have good working rapports. And it's a lot more interdisciplinary than it once was, where it was kind of siloed between those 2 different departments. So I do want to point that out, since DPW is sort of a crucial aspect of a lot of what we do.
Tom, you mentioned about the use of opera money. You also stated at the very beginning of the opening of the FY23 that this was a fully balanced budget on revenue. There was no use of stabilization funds. There's no use of free cash to make this one one of the first ones in years. So it begged me to ask the question: how much of this budget this year, is without use of any funds, and what are we looking next year? How much of the funds that we're using on how we're paying the budget in FY23 is, how much is that actual revenue that will be there next time around? Or are we setting ourselves up for something that will be passed now, but then a year from now, we're looking at $6 million out of the stabilization fund to keep what we're doing today? Is it a one-time cost, or are we looking at a revenue stream that is going to be consistent either based, and I imagine that this is based, again, as I remind my colleagues, this is gonna be all based because come October, you're gonna be asking this council to vote for the full 2.5% increase in property taxes in order to pay for all this.
Correct.
All right, so you're gonna have to, that's how this
That's a
bill gets
given
paid.
every year.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. So there's
Right.
2.5%.
Right.
So you're baking in that 2.5% already with this budget.
Oh, yeah, so when I say the budget's balancing, that's assuming that we're gonna use all of our levy limit every year,
Correct.
including this coming year.
So
Yes.
there's a nice 2.5% rise in taxes coming up. But of that also, how much is there any part of the budget that we won't see in FY '24 that we're seeing now? Or, as your 5-year forecast, because I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think that no, there's nothing, I mean, there's nothing that we're supporting sort of off budget this year. In fact, the opposite is sort of true. I pushed everything, so in past years, we had this redevelopment fund support that was dwindling, supporting people in Alex's office. We're no longer doing that. I think this budget really is as transparent as possible. Everything we're spending is being supported by existing revenue sources. The one thing that we're potentially going to be adding during the course of FY '23 are probably a handful of positions that will be funded by ARPA. I'm specifically thinking about a small business specialist in Alex's office. A specific request of the ARPA committee. I expect that to be funded by ARPA when we hire someone. We've got a lot of ARPA projects, one-time large projects that we're likely to do. We're probably going to want to hire some project managers for under ARPA that'll assist Alex's office. They may or may not be needed when ARPA is over, so I don't know that those will be permanent. I do expect that some positions, like that small business one, will show up in the budget, probably not in FY '24, but in FY '25, and there may be a couple of others like that. So I am cognizant that I'm not looking to hire all sorts of people under ARPA that I can't sustain when ARPA funding ends, and I'm very cognizant of that. There will be some of those people that transition to the operating budget, probably in FY '25, but it's not something that I don't feel that we can handle within our operating budget. I'm being very careful to ensure that when I'm thinking about new positions for FY '24 and FY '25, they're positions that I feel confident this city can handle with its existing projected revenue in those years. But again, to your point, when I project revenues in the future, I always assume we are using the full levy limit, which means a 2.5% increase.
Well, the assessor's coming up next, so I'll have a nice conversation with him about this. In the past, it's been practiced by city manager, both yourself and the previous city manager, to somehow underestimate the large amount of money that we get in excise tax from, say, the enterprise. And that's in the tune of like $6 million, and it's always an extra, and then you bake it in, and it ends up getting used as reserve, going into free cash, or then transferred over to the stabilization fund. My question is, as we look at this budget, did you still keep that estimation of $6 million, or did we increase the expected revenue from excise tax, and now is that number now, instead of cashing in an extra $6 million, is it going to be down to $3 million? I'm just wondering how we did this.
Each year, we're using a little bit more. I mean, that's a volatile revenue source.
Understood.
So I'm always cautious about how much to use. We typically confer with enterprise and ask them what do they anticipate, what's their market showing them, what do they think they're going to be generating in Chelsea, and then we sort of are conservative based on what they tell us on our revenue estimates. Again, the last thing I want to do is be caught where I've estimated a large number for that and get caught short. You know, we saw that number drop by $10 million in 1 year in 2020. So you're right. I am sometimes overly conservative in that, and that is a large reason why we sometimes generate healthy free cash numbers. But in FY23, I've increased my estimate as to what that's going to look like from what I did in FY22, and we'll continue to do that in FY24 and beyond. So we will eventually get to a point where we're likely using up all of the revenue from motor vehicle excise tax, but
So historically, if I was to look at the historic, you know, FY22, rather the budget, your number for what you expect in excise revenue is probably higher than what it has been in years past?
not for this coming year, but to cover what I anticipate in out years, yes, it's a little higher. I mean, I'm still estimating motor vehicle excise tax in the 8 or 9 million range, and, you know, Enterprise is telling us it's around 10 million that they anticipate, so I still have a little room there. But my numbers for this year, I feel pretty confident we'll reach, both in FY22. I think we've succeeded already, and I think what I estimate for FY23 will reach. But I'm purposely conservative on that number because it is so volatile.
Okay. Any questions? Councilor Robinson, then Councilor Vido.
If Alex, if you could expand on the ARPA housing, what does that consist of? What's in that pile of dough?
So the ARPA Community Advisory Committee created two main priorities under that housing category. So the first main priority is to produce rental housing and affordable home ownership opportunities, both for extremely low-income populations, low-income residents, as well as more workforce housing. So that includes low-income and moderate-income housing production. So we imagine that that will provide both gap financing for projects as well as funding to potentially acquire smaller sites where we could oversee new housing development projects, whether it be affordable home ownership projects or some type of rental project. The other category in there pertains to eviction prevention and anti-displacement initiatives. So we envision that that line item will support homelessness prevention, housing stability, rapid rehousing, and other forms of direct assistance to both renters and homeowners. It's particularly noteworthy because, as you know, interest rates are rising, inflation has skyrocketed, and monthly costs have really become unsustainable for most households in Chelsea. And so that's probably going to be used to mitigate a lot of those inflationary impacts to help keep people in their homes, whether they're homeowners or tenants in the city. So over the next month, the administration will be heeding the recommendations of the Community Advisory Committee and developing projects and programs out of those recommendations. So we should have more to report in terms of concrete projects relatively soon.
All right, thank you.
My question is with respect to the economic and workforce development. It's kind of this whole theme that I have with the nonprofits and the amount of money that I'm seeing some repeats in different departments. I saw La Corporativa in the school department budget and the public health budget. And then ARPA aside, because I get that. I see that there's the collaborative here, the Chamber of Commerce, and Apollinaire Theater. Is this all the Encore?
I'm sorry, Councilor Vido, can you just use the microphone so those...
Did you not hear me?
No, I heard you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to repeat my question?
Yes, please. Thank
So, my concern is the amount of money that we continue to give to different nonprofits, and making sure that, because I've seen the collaborative show up in a couple of different budgets here through the budget hearings, and so ARPA aside, I'm trying to figure out, I'm looking at economic and workforce development. I see that they're here again, Chamber of Commerce and Apollinaire Theater. But specifically right here, is this part of the Encore mitigation fund that, what is this
So,
mass gaming commission?
So there's a couple of mass gaming related, let me get my spreadsheet. There's a couple of mass gaming related grants that are occurring right now. So we have one to develop ESOL curriculum. We are going to be looking to develop that curriculum for job seekers in specific occupations. So for instance, like ESOL curriculum for folks in the construction trades and the like. The other Encore line item, we receive $100,000 a year from Encore Casino for workforce development purposes and $75,000 a year for small business assistance. So that $100,000 a year is subject to a competitive procurement process. We design a program, solicit proposals, and then vet the responses to award a contract. Right now, we're operating a rapid reemployment program in partnership with the neighborhood developers to try to connect folks with job training and new job opportunities. The remaining line items you had mentioned around the Apollinaire and the collaborative pertain to mostly state grants from mass development and other grantors. So those are grants that have been secured in partnership with those agencies. Many of them are actually going directly to those agencies in some cases to support efforts like the downtown theater performance, summer youth jobs, and other programs. For any partnership we have, whether it's with a for-profit, nonprofit, a small organization, or a large organization, we have an extremely rigorous reporting and compliance process. So I have Erica McCarthy with me. She's our grant manager that oversees that process for our department. So we conduct monitoring and auditing visits of all of the recipients, including nonprofits and for-profits. We mandate quarterly reports, and then we touch base with them monthly to understand progress, obstacles, and whether they're meeting their milestones. So, with that compliance process, I have a lot of faith that if there are issues, we catch them early and we're able to mitigate them. But that process allows us to both comply with a lot of these funding sources and ensure all partners are accountable for doing what they're supposed to do under these contracts.
But I just want to clarify, this Mass Gaming Commission grant of $97.5 that's referencing La Collaborative and the Chamber of Commerce Partnership, that's a separate Mass Gaming Commission grant that Alex's office is helping to oversee. It is separate and apart from the annual payment to his department of $175,000.
Okay. I guess, for me, it's just, we just spend a lot of money, and I know that this is separate, this has nothing to do with it, but it's just, yikes. The other thing that I wanted to say is that considering the amount of work, because I know that this department is relatively new to you. I remember when you came in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and so I'm really proud of what you've been able to do with this department, and despite everything that you have going on here, you were the only department that actually gave us a little customized little presentation, so I just really wanted to shout you out and thank you. Your department is always very responsive. And so I've always appreciated working with you, and I just wanted to just say thank you.
It's been our pleasure. Thank you.
Do I have any other questions? Councilor Cooper, you have a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Beit Israel gives us money to pay for legal services, right?
We got a one-time grant in the amount of $400,000 for housing legal services.
Who gets that?
So we had two different partnerships. One originally was with Chelsea Legal Services. Once that contract was up, we released a request for proposals and awarded it to the highest ranking respondent, which is now Housing Families, which are a regional housing agency that offer homelessness prevention, legal services, and a range of other social services.
On the HAPA money, right?
Yep.
Utility assistance, what does that mean?
So utility assistance program, it's similar to the rental assistance program that we operated. So for
We
low
pay the gas bills?
Exactly, gas bills, electric bills, water, sewer, for low-income homeowners and tenants that aren't eligible for any other sources of funding. So there's a lot of, state rental assistance that can help out with those types of uses. But there are folks that have too much owed or aren't eligible. So that program's designed to assist those low-income homeowners and tenants.
So if someone has a high utility bill, they can come to you?
Correct. So we operate the Eviction Task Force in partnership with a variety of partners. And so that is a homelessness prevention group that takes direct referrals. So if there's a referral to be made, they go through that group, the client's assessed, and then they're matched with resources that could assist them, whether it's shelter, utility assistance, or case management.
Do they have to be low income to come to you?
For this particular
Specifically just for
program,
low income?
correct. For this particular program, there are income limits, so they would have to be low income.
And what is the low income average, 40,000?
So for this particular program, it's about, for a family of four, $60,000 a year.
To a family of four?
Family of four.
It's 60,000?
For this particular program.
Wow. Family of four, that's really, really low, right?
So this, the city's median income right now is hovering just above 60, according to the new census data. So that's about, a midpoint where, half the folks are above that and half are
So
below
let me
that
ask you
in
a
the city.
question. How many people have gotten this?
So this is a new program. We actually haven't formally launched it yet, so we'll be rolling this out this spring.
Well, how many people you estimate will get it? How much money do you actually think people are gonna, how many people will get it?
So we anticipate that we'll be able to award funds to probably 75 households to 100 households through the program.
That's it, huh? You couldn't help anymore, just 75?
So right now, the average bill that we're seeing, if folks owe outstanding arrears, is around $3,000 to $5,000. So that's what we set the maximum award at in our draft program guidelines. And so, if we were to go off that, that's about how many folks we could help.
And another one here too, on this homeless prevention shelter, right? Rapid housing, who does that? So what do you do, people that are in the street, you put them in the hotels?
So we have, through the Eviction Task Force, a homelessness prevention program. So we have contract case managers, mental health clinicians, and other specialists in the housing field. So that includes healthcare agencies like North Suffolk Mental Health through their Latino CART program, Housing Families, the Homelessness Prevention Agency I was mentioning to you, TND, who provide rental assistance, and others. So for this particular program, we lease apartment units for more medium-term stays until we can find folks permanent housing. We also provide hotel vouchers if it's short-term. Usually the hotels are for anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks. It provides us time to assist those households in accessing the state shelter system, where they're then taken to state case managers who can assist them.
Has that been utilized a lot?
It has been. Yeah, we've served, over the last year, we've served over 60 households that have
And
been.
do you estimate to go up even higher?
We do. Disconcertingly, with rising costs, inflation, and the fact that, in places like Chelsea, the recovery is always kind of the last to happen, we expect that the trend will continue to rise over the next year.
So if you needed more money, what would you get it for? Let's say you were trying to help more people, and you only got $677,000, and you were helping more. What, would you come to us and ask for more money?
So, our main focus right now is leveraging the ARPA funding, since a portion of it was allotted for this purpose, as well as pursuing new state and federal grants. So the state received a lot of ARPA money as well for homelessness prevention. So we are eyeing a couple of competitive grant opportunities in the near future.
This is a good program, so this is a good thing that you help people. It's a nice thing. So when all the ARPA money and everything runs out, and you have no other alternative, would you come to us? Would you keep this program?
So if we couldn't find any other funding and had no other state grants, I imagine we would approach council to continue some form of this program. It would be a lot smaller than it is at that point, since we don't expect that this trend will continue endlessly, but it will be a trend that we experience for the next, 1 to 2 years.
Thank you, no more questions.
Councilor Vidal, then Councilor Tenardi Garcia.
I have a question about Councilor Recupero's question with respect to the housing, legal services. Thank you, it took a while. Housing legal services. Was that an existing agency how long were they in existence before we gave that contract out?
Housing Families, Inc.?
No, the original one, because that was the one ran by Mark Rossi, correct?
They were they were doing some work in Chelsea, but they were relatively new. We gave them a one-year contract, and then we went out for a new RFP when their contract expired.
When the contract expired, is that when he was hired for the city?
He might have been hired before the contract was up. I think he resigned from that group and got hired by the city.
And Housing Families, how long have they been in existence?
They've been in existence for over, I think, 20 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a long time.
Okay.
And I dealt with them in Revere, so at least 1990s.
Okay. I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Councilor Tenardi Garcia.
So my question's for the grant-funded positions. I just need like a small job description so I can better understand what they do in your department and how they work, how they operate.
So we can certainly send you our job descriptions if that's helpful. I can email them out after the meeting.
All right.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Councilor Taylor.
So we have here approximately $2.5 million of ARPA funds going to mental health. This was a pretty important, I think, priority from the ARPA committee. It represents something that we don't spend a lot of time or money discussing or dealing with. So I'm curious about how do you anticipate that money actually gets spent to kind of mitigate the kind of mental health damages that have occurred? Yeah.
So I'll start with the infrastructural aspect. So we don't actually have a plan right now to carry out a lot of mental health programs in our department. I think our major goal right now is to reshape Health and Human Services and bolster that department as a provider of both public health as well as mental health services for the community. So the city manager, myself, the deputy city manager, have been spending quite a bit of time and putting a lot of thought into how we can increase the accessibility of mental health services and what role does the city play in that, not just as a funder, but as a coordinator of services, as well as a government entity that can pursue additional funding to increase those services. So we see kind of clinical and non-clinical approaches being necessary here. So on the non-clinical side, everything from peer-to-peer counseling groups to community center or community resource center with recommendations of the ARPA committee that we'll be pursuing. On the clinical side, we've heard a lot about the lack of accessibility. So if somebody requires mental health services,
It's just not enough.
It's not enough. They're on a
clinicians.
waiting list.
Yeah.
And so how do we bolster the number of providers, the number of slots, and how do we address some of the insurance requirements that might be prohibitive for households here? So we do envision that the HHS department, will grow and provide, some oversight of social and mental health services to carry out the ARPA, mental health programs.
That's going to take a long time, though, isn't it?
I think it will take a little bit of time, and in the interim, we're committed to doing everything we can to jumpstart those programs since we recognize the importance of them.
I think and we're still we're starting this discussion as we speak, starting to sit and figure out how do we translate this allocation of funding into real services. I do expect some piece of this money will be spent on an RFP to providers to say, can you respond to us with some programming that you're prepared to enhance that would meet this need to us? Give us your ideas. And so maybe it's a response from an entity like North Suffolk that says, hey, we could enhance what we're doing. Here's a proposal to do that. So some of this will be necessarily outsourced.
Right. I mean, I think it's going to have to be because we have no we have no infrastructure to deal with that. But I guess my point is that, you know, I can't overemphasize the importance of this and how there's real suffering going on out there, and people, and it goes across the board. I mean, this is everybody, I think, and I think that there's such a need and such a lack of resources that, like, we need to start. I mean, I know that it's a hard thing to do, and that's why I brought it up, because, you know, it's so important that we do something and something productive, but that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. So I wanted to know, you know, is there a plan for going forward and trying to accomplish this? I think reaching out to, you know, our current partners is a good idea, but it may take something beyond, you know, who we're working with right now to bring in the amount of needed clinicians to deal with the problem, because I think it's a lot worse than we know.
Absolutely, and we have started scoping out programs that are aligned with the ARPA Committee's recommendations as part of the program development that I had mentioned in those other areas. You're completely right. This is not going to be solved by existing Chelsea providers or Chelsea entities.
Yeah, of all the buckets where ARPA made recommendations to the city, this is the one that's most challenging to us because we don't have an easy sort of source.
Hence my question.
Yes. So I think we're probably going to end up outsourcing this to probably some innovative new ideas from some of our community partners to deal with this through an RFP process. But I could give you another example, like we also want to make sure that whatever little we have in place, we don't lose. So this Latino CART program that Alex mentioned has been really well received. It's a collaboration between North Suffolk and the school department aimed at direct mental health services to certain youth. But its funding is coming from a source that's expiring in September. Yeah. It's from a Beth Israel determination of need. It was a 2-year program. The funding expires in September. We're looking at these ARPA funds. Let's at least, one quick and dirty way to provide some resources is to keep that program going. So we could put out an RFP for something like that. So this is going to be a challenge. We are really just starting to think about how we best spend this money, but clearly this bucket is going to create the most challenge.
And $2.5 million, it may sound like a lot, but I don't think it's really a lot of money to do this, and I would encourage, you know, as time goes on, that we pay more attention to this issue, because when we talk about spending money for a whole bunch of different issues, addressing this issue may solve some of the other issues. So you know, in terms of being strategic and proactive, I think this is a really important decision that we make here, to try to pay more attention to this in order to kind of head off other problems at the pass, so to speak.
Yeah, so this is not a place that, you know, local government has been historically active in, but we're, I think, amongst us staunch believers that it is a place where local government
I'm not sure
needs
state
to be.
and federal government's been too active in it either.
No, not at all.
So, you know, it's my point, and I think that it for what it's worth, municipal government is closest to the people and has more access to the people. I also realize it's got the least amount of money, but But that's why, you know, we have to be creative to try to get, just like we do with everything else, you know, I mean, you got a lot of grant money, you know? I think we need to try to, yeah, first spend wisely and second, seek out all the additional funds we can. Thank you very much.
All right, trying to move things along. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, everyone.
So I have the fire department next, but I don't see him here. Are we going to move on to assessors? Oh, he's in the hallway? At this time, I will be recusing myself.
The chair of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's a testament to your work, brother. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the fire department, page 116 of the book, page 116.
16 or 116?
116, page 116. Chief Lenny Albanese is here.
Just a minute, Chief, before
Good
you
evening.
start. Give us a second, please.
Where are we at here?
Chief, also, if you don't mind, if you can just introduce yourself briefly. We have some new counselors, first budget for them, and just want them to be aware who you are and your position.
My name is Leonard Albanese. I am the Chief of Department for the Fire Department. I'm in my 6th year of service. And what else?
Your opening statement.
Okay.
If you like.
I don't have any formal comments, but any written comments, but I'll give you a brief overview.
Thank you.
The highlights of what's going on in the department right now is coming out of COVID. The call volume is back up. Obviously, we're a very active department. The numbers dropped a little bit with COVID, with businesses being slower and more people at home. But so we're catching up on a lot of training. We recently completed ASHA training, the active shooter hostile event training with the police department. Overall, over the past several years, we've expanded our operational training. As far as our fleet, our average age of our fire apparatus is only 5 years. Due to the capital improvement program proposed by the city manager and supported by this council and the previous councils, we have a very, very good fleet of apparatus and equipment. We've gone through a complete reorganization and modernized our policies and our procedures. Administratively, we've put in practices to control and reduce the number of injuries and the cost of managing injuries. We have a great deal of labor cooperation within the department. We've signed 2 contracts over the past 6 years without needing arbitration. We do have some issues that we're working on. There's a change in dynamic in the workforce where especially our newer hires are not working the extra shifts that is traditional amongst the older members of the department. Normally, when you hired in the fire service, members came to work on their regular shifts, and working extra overtime shifts is just part of that package. The fire service, not just here in Chelsea, but in other communities as well, is starting to face a change in dynamic in the workforce. So we're a little bit short on staffing due to COVID. We're trying to make that up. At this point, we're at 89. We're going to bring staffing back up to 97. And sometime between now and next year, I'll be discussing with the council how I think we need to bring that to 101. There's always been a balance in the fire service to maintain 24-hour staffing, where there's a balance between overtime and salaries, where if you pay too much in salaries and carry too many members and pay too little in overtime, you were overspending, and vice versa. If you were paying much more in overtime and having fewer members, you were overspending. So there was always a balance, and that formula has been in place throughout most of my career. And that dynamic and that pendulum has shifted. So we need to move to a model that has more employees, because it's just the modern day workforce is not, I wouldn't say willing, but not voluntarily working the shifts that are required to fill all the shifts that we need. So basically, I believe we're in good shape. We have been well-funded, we're well-equipped, we're well-trained. Other than, to summarize, being a little bit short-staffed right now, which we're working on. We brought on 3 this week. We have 9 more in the pipeline by the end of the year to get us back to our normal staffing. And finally, I'll tell you that up until this point, we have been on budget the last 6 years. Last year, we gave back $200,000 in the overtime budget, and a year ago, I said, don't take it away from us. We had a good year, things went well. There was a dip in some activity due to COVID, but I told you I would need it, and we did need it. And this year, we're going to need a bit of a supplement as well. So this will be the first year that we'll be asking for a couple of supplements, but we have been frugal and diligent with our spending over the past several years. So that's basically a quick summary for you.
Okay, so Chief, you said, if I just heard right, you're down at 89 now and you were at 97?
Yes. A few years ago, we were at 102
Right.
with the safer staffing. When the safer staffing expired, we returned to 97 as our table of organization number.
So why are you down at 89 now?
Well, basically COVID. We had a brief hiring freeze. The fire academy shut down. It put us behind. The hiring process with civil service is very time-consuming. From the time that we call for a requisition to hire new employees, it's usually 12 months before they're actually here, trained, and on the line. So we do have all of the positions that we are budgeted for. We have bodies to account for them, but they're in different phases of the hiring process. By the end of the year, we'll have 97 on board.
So do you have some coming out of the academy?
We have 3 in the academy. We have 5 in the academy right now. We had 3 that came out of a March class. We have 2 in an April class. We have 3 in a May class. And again, the drop was due to retirements, some other vacancies, people leaving the job. Excuse me. But that's where we're at right now. It's not a dramatic decrease, but if you take that small decrease with the amount of employees that are working less and less extra shifts, it's more noticeable.
And you said, if I'm correct, you said next year you're looking to get back up to 101, which will be an additional 4 more officers in the fire department?
Right. My plan right now is to carry through this budget at 97 as we asked for. But all things being equal, I expect to be asking you for 4 additional. And to fund that by dropping the overtime budget. I believe we're at a very good balance of overtime to staffing right now, but again, that dynamic is changing, that formula is changing. So I will be asking in next budget to increase that and to fund it by taking some overtime down.
Okay. And Councilor Recupero.
Things I don't understand here.
What's the question?
On page 118, other fringe, what's that mean?
All right, let me get to the page you're requesting.
Yeah, it's one.
What?
118.
There's no
Other
difference.
other fringe is a category that lists the vacation buyback. Per the collective bargaining agreement,
Yeah.
Members of the bargaining unit can sell back 1 week of vacation per year, and the line that comes out of has always been titled other fringe benefits.
I understand what it is. So they selling back the time that they don't use and get paid for it.
Okay, Councilor, if you understand, I mean, it's the same budget from last year, so let's move on.
And another one, knocking striping, that's 48,000. What is that? That's the stuff you put in the nose, right? I thought we pay them to put that.
The knock-in stipend is I think it's $500 per person, police fire, that was negotiated when the knock-in was distributed, began being carried and distributed throughout the city.
But I remember one time, I think if I'm correct, I thought we weren't gonna pay for that anymore.
No, this is we negotiated this when Narcan first came into existence. It was new.
Save
We
lives.
wanted the employees to carry it and to administer it. We negotiated a $500 stipend for it, and that's been in the contract ever since.
I thought we didn't do that anymore, but, okay. And another one, expendable bunker gear, what's that, the inside stuff you use in the station?
The bunker gear is turnout gear, it's protective clothing, helmets, coats, pants, it's firefighter structural gear, and protective clothing. It's called bunker gear, that's just the
Or
terminology.
maybe it was the inside, the bunker where you go and
No,
sleep?
it's all protective clothing, and it's very expensive. To outfit a new firefighter with 2 sets of gear, which is required, it's about $7,500, $8,000 per firefighter. It's very expensive.
No more questions.
And on that one, there was a Narcan stipend, and there still is a Narcan stipend, but the department also carries epinephrine now. That's a new service over the past few years that we enacted, and that's for anaphylactic shock. So it's something that first responders and EMTs can inject for anaphylactic shock, and that's something new, and the union signed on to the program with no stipend.
So I get what you're saying. So the new one's gonna replace the Narcan?
No, it's 2 separate things. I'm saying we're adding services. And there was a different injectable that is
additional.
beneficial to the community that the union signed on for without a stipend.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for the chief? Councilor DeVoe? Molly?
Mr. Chair, my question, I think it's a really bold thing that you said that, and maybe I misunderstood, but you said that you were going to ask for a couple of extra firemen and ask that we lower the overtime budget. Do you really, it's no mistake that, it's not a secret that we've struggled with the overtime budget with the fire department for years. So do you really feel confident that by hiring extra men, we would be able to cut that overtime budget?
So over the past several years, we haven't struggled with overtime. In my belief, it's not a struggle. It's a necessary component of 24/7 staffing. You cannot run a business 24/7 without overtime. You would need 120 firefighters to eliminate the overtime budget. That's what I'm talking about. There's always a balance of how many firefighters and how much overtime. And if you look at the past several budgets, we've made that number. We've budgeted about 15% of salaries for overtime. That's the formula. And over the past several years, we've made it in that number. Now, if you see the number over that 1.25 that we're budgeting, it's because there was some salaries that weren't used and it was transferred to that overtime budget. But if you take the salary number and the overtime number together, that's the cost of staffing the department. And that one number together, the salaries and overtime together, that's what it costs to staff. So there's a balance there between salaries and overtime. Right now, I think 97 has been a decent place where, with 97 members paying for their salaries and about 15% of salaries for overtime, we've been in a pretty sweet spot. What I'm saying is, next year, my current thinking is to ask for 4 more positions and deduct about that amount from the overtime
The
budget.
salary from the overtime
And
budget.
probably go to 101 for staffing and probably reduce my overtime request to 1.1 instead of 1.25.
I would love to see it. The other question I had for you was, when we were going through the diversity, equity, and inclusion department, the person that runs that department had mentioned that you'd gone through the training, but not one single firefighter had gone through the training. I'm just curious as to why. I know police have been able to do it and many other folks in the department. I'm just curious as to why no firemen have done it.
We plan to do it, and we are behind. Part of the staffing issue, number one, we needed an impact bargain with the union, and that put me behind about a month. Number two, with being a little bit decreased in staffing and having to catch up with an abundance of training through the COVID era, it just put us behind. The difference with the fire department is 90% of my staff is on the line, on fire apparatus. They're on ladder trucks, they're on engines. I only have, including myself and my mechanic, there's only 9 people on the day staff. That's much different than what you would see in the police department. And we're very busy. You hear sirens all day long, the trucks don't stop. So there's only 2 ways to do training. One is to do in-service training, where we take a fire company and they're still in service. They have to go on calls and we start training and it's often interrupted. And 2 is to bring back people on overtime. Because we were over on the overtime budget this year, and because we're somewhat short-staffed and we're catching up on other training, it honestly just kept getting pushed back. I intend to do it. I've been in contact with Candace, and really that's the entire reason. We will get it done. It's very, very tough to do these in-services with our staffing model.
And then I have another very ignorant question. I noticed that the fire department, they respond to everything, even when we know it's a medical call, even when and I understand that we're first responders, I get that. But I go to drive through other cities and their fire departments, their fire stations are dead. And there's some places in the world that have volunteer firefighters. I don't know how in the world that works. I get we're a busy city, I get we're super dense. But is there any way that we can that the fire department doesn't have to respond to every single call that?
Okay, so we don't respond to every single call. We've made some changes operationally where there's certain type of calls that don't require our response, and we've eliminated those. However, this is a very busy, active community. The fire department are the first responders. We contract out our EMS services, but the fire department responds to all medical aid calls with our EMS provider because the EMS service in general is overburdened. So there could be a 3, 4, 5, 10-minute wait for an ambulance, depending on how busy we are at any one time. We have sufficient EMS coverage compared to everyone else in Metro Fire, but we could go from having no calls for 90 minutes to having 7 calls in 10 minutes. So the fire department goes to medical calls as first responders to provide Narcan, to provide epinephrine, CPR.
Yeah.
They are trained EMTs and first responders. So if we're going there, we're going there to initiate care quicker. At one point, the fire department might have been going to other calls that would, you may consider that weren't necessary. We streamlined and reorganized what we were going to and what we weren't. And there was some call types that there was already a police officer on the scene. There wasn't a medical issue, but it could have been a psychiatric issue or an alcohol-related issue where we are not needed there. We no longer respond to those unless it turns into a medical.
And this operational decision happened under your tenure?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief, can you tell the body if do you have any major or any extended injuries of your staff that's out that we're not aware of? That's on,
I'm sorry.
sick leave, huh?
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I know you mentioned injuries.
Yes, that's on maybe comp or injury.
Do we have a large number?
Yes, do you have?
So honestly, we do not. We have an injury management program. At this time, I believe in real time, I may have 4 firefighters that are on injured leave status.
Okay.
And I would say that's probably the average over the past few years.
So is that a reason why you can manage with the 89 staff that you have there because you have no severe or no serious number of injuries or personnel's out?
What the injuries have related to the staffing?
Yes.
I mean,
yeah,
under
if you have 12 firemen, out for a significant amount of time, then you have to.
With the staffing model at 97, we're always factoring in vacation time, injury leave, sick leave use. Right now, I would say 4 firefighters out of 90. You do the percentage. It's under. It's under 7%. It's probably 3.5%. Is that what we're at? That's a pretty low number for the type of profession that we're in. I think the average with many cities is 7 to 10% injury rate.
You can balance that with grade rather than overtime too. Right?
we fill in injuries just like any other vacancies. We fill it in with extra members assigned to each group when they're available, and then when they're not available, it's filled by overtime.
So right now you have just 89 active firemen, correct?
Right now, my table of organization is 89, which counts myself as chief of department and my department mechanic.
Okay. Any other questions for the chief? Councilor De Jesus?
Thank you. Chief, my question is regarding language barriers. Is there a line item, and I'm sorry if you guys spoke about this already, are we using a translation, outside contract? Are we doing stipends for bilingual staff?
For what?
For
For
language barriers.
I think they get stipend. It's here somewhere. I read it.
Yeah.
It's a stipend pay. $6.50.
No, we do, I'm sorry, between my allergies and this room, I'm having a hard time hearing, so I apologize. We do not have a language stipend.
You do not?
We do not pay a language stipend,
I thought I read it here.
not in the fire department.
Is that the police?
911.
Oh, okay.
E911 is the
Okay.
only union that has a language stipend.
Okay.
Fire union does not.
We
But
have
he has
many,
a significant amount of bilingual staff at this point.
yes, we do. We are probably
Oh, yeah.
35 of 89, I think, Latino, and I think most of our Latino firefighters speak Spanish.
Nice.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. And in regards to staffing, right? How many females do we have in the department, and how is recruitment? What tactics are we using to recruit more females, if that's?
All right, that is a great question. We have, at this time, 0 female firefighters. We had 1 female firefighter, and she recently transferred. Under the civil service system, we do not have the ability to give preference to females. We are under consent decree with civil service for minority hiring to reflect the community, but it doesn't differentiate by gender. So when a civil service exam is given, males, females, all treated the same. Veterans get a preference, disabled veterans get a preference, but then everyone else in the community with residency falls in line. We do not have a large number of females showing up to take the test right now, and we cannot request that we want X amount of percentage and dive down in the list to hire females.
Okay.
We could probably do a better job at recruiting females.
Could I suggest maybe for the future implementing something similar to the police academy, where recruitment is happening within our schools, and youth are able, both females or males are able to experience what it's like to jump into this career in our community?
Yeah, I absolutely think that we could do a much better job at recruitment. We do get out into the schools when civil service is available. As a matter of fact, most recently we were involved with the middle school and the high school career days. The best we can do is guide them through the civil service process. It's something that, again, we could do a better job of recruiting and opening the door and inviting more females in, but we don't have, civil service runs the hiring process, so we don't have the ability to go down that list and handpick females to get our numbers up.
Thank you, Chief. And my sister counselor here wants to know when the next test is. Are you interested, Donaty?
The next test, the next
Chief,
civil service
Chief,
test.
Is,
Do you know when it is?
yes, it's yearly now. It will be November, it should be next November. Yeah.
Chief, I got a question, just to follow up on Councilor De Jesus. So the police here, our Chelsea Police Department, they have like a little program they run with young youth. Do you envision anything like that would help on recruitment for the fire department?
So I know they do the youth academy. You're speaking with
Yes.
the police. So one thing in the comparison with police and fire, the police departments traditionally attract, to finish that question a little bit, attract more female candidates than the fire side does. As far as a civilian academy, this goes back to our staffing model where most of my staff is on the line. The police department has a different model where they have several officers that are on day shifts and several officers on regular salary can be detailed to programs like that. Everything that we do in the fire side requires putting a program together and funding it at overtime. So yeah, we have, I've spoken to Gladys from the collaborative on a similar topic about the youth academies. It's something that's on our plate. We just unfortunately haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay, thank you. Any additional question? Councilor Robinson.
Talk about the jump from the 71,000 to 115 and out of grade.
The out of grade line, hold on.
Out of grade. It's on page 118.
I can answer part of that, Council, because that's what we ran into the other night. So that 71,000 is the actual number, and the 115 is the budgeted number. So I can tell you for fiscal '22 that we have out of grade spent at 56,000 to date, 56,000, and that's as of last week.
Last week.
So that 115 number is a budgeted number, not the actual.
Okay.
And one more thing, Counselor, on that. The out-of-grade number will fluctuate. Right now, we don't have a lot of extra staffing, so that we're not using out-of-grade as much. But when we bring back our staffing, that out-of-grade number will go up. So as the overtime balances, the out-of-grade goes up. So that's a number that we need, that we anticipate we're going to use.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chief. No, thank you.
Good?
Okay, thanks, Chief.
No one. Just want to give him a chance to get up. Gotta wait till you leave.
Yeah, it's hard.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, we are moving on to the Assessors Department. Assessors Department, that's page 64. Page 64 in your books. Ted Costigan is here. He's our new Chief Assessor.
Thank you. Page 64, council members.
So I just want to, I want to point out that this is another department that has a position that is funded in the budget for the first time. This is a new floater position. This position will actually float, but it is in this budget because for the time being, it is stationed in the assessing department. But I do expect that this will operate more like a floater and could be used in other offices as demand dictates. But for the time being, with the short staff, a new department head, we have this person, Emily Sindo, stationed in the assessor's office, so she is showing up in this budget. And Ted Costigan, I believe most of you met. He is our new director of assessing. He just started with us at the end of March.
Nice to meet you all. I was just going to give a 2-minute quick overview, or unless you wanted to just quick ask questions, up to you.
I prefer you do your little presentation, then we'll start asking questions.
Okay, that sounds great. It's nice to meet everyone today. I know I haven't had a chance to meet all of you, but it's a privilege to work in Chelsea, and I have an unbelievable staff, and it's exciting to come to work every day. As Tom mentioned, I started in March, and I look forward every day to working with our taxpayers. We're responsible in our department for valuing equitably all of the real property and personal property in the city. We have about 6,600 parcels that we're responsible for. Our focus on this year is on data collection for income-producing properties. That's particularly our mixed income, and we came off last year really doing a good job in data collecting for our apartment class. So we're increasing our income and expense data that we get from our taxpayers, which allows us to formulate better models to value income-producing properties. Again, as a commercial, industrial, apartment, and mixed use. As I mentioned, we're particularly focused on that mixed-use property this year, and we appreciate the allocation the council made and the commitment the council made in April to that effort. We are building, we're doing a lot of building permit work in the upcoming months to make sure we have all of our data set for this fiscal year and making sure all of our property record cards are up to date. That's going to help with the new growth number. We have about 400 we'll be going out on in the next few months. Our caseload at the Appellate Tax Board is pretty high, so we are working to decrease that, working with our taxpayers, particularly in our apartment. Just our cases with the Appellate Tax Board when a taxpayer appeals their valuation past our Board of Assessors. So I'm working quite earnestly to get that caseload lower and the liability lower to the city in that sort of line item. Other than that, working on updating our assessors maps, which I know is kind of nerdy, but good government, good maps. It really helps. It helps with the local IDs for 911. It helps with just having taxpayers understand what they actually own when they come in the office. So working with our GIS, and that's in the budget. We definitely need that, and thank you. It's incredibly important to the city. And other than that, I look forward to working with you and happy to answer any questions.
Welcome, Ted. So, first question is, what is your expected timeline right now on the mixed-use program, or rather review of the mixed-use buildings? What was the name of the company, Tom?
John Ryan. He's
John
under
Ryan.
contract with us. We expect him to finish for this tax year, for tax year of FY23.
Okay.
Is he on track? I hope so.
Yeah, he's going to start next week in the field, doing full field inspections on all 128 mixed-use properties. We're also have sent income and expense forms twice to all those properties. So using those two methods, he'll be updating every property record card in the city on those 128 parcels. And we'll have that data for our standards meeting in late summer. So that will be ready for the fiscal year.
And concurrently, you're also in the middle of looking at commercial properties, correct? Is that this, or are we looking at a 2-year out? Is this concurrently at the same time we're reviewing all the commercial properties and doing a better job?
It's happening concurrently, but we don't anticipate that process is going to be fully complete this fiscal year. We're probably looking at trying to have a much better, robust valuation for those parcels by fiscal 24. But again, this is something that we talked about. Ted, he can probably talk more articulately about that.
Yeah, so particularly with commercial and industrial, the better approach that the state wants us to use and that surrounding communities generally will try to use is the income approach to value. Otherwise, you're relying on a cost approach which deals with depreciating a building and figuring out a land value. So the more and more we can get on these income and expense forms, which is their actual income data, I can build a model, and that model will serve all classes, whether it's office space, hotels, all sorts of industrial populations. That's going to be the strength of our valuations going forward. I hesitate to flip them to the income approach without getting appropriate data. So.
And we talked about about a month ago, we introduced the legislation for requiring energy reports from our larger buildings. We said that there is a mechanism you may have right now to maybe force some of those properties to report their income without, there is existing law or a fine or some sort? Yeah,
there is a fine. Why many communities hesitate to implement a fine is you have to implement it across all properties. So, if someone were to have a 4-unit apartment building and they didn't submit their income and expense data, it kind of gets a little difficult that way. But we have seen a significant uptick in, I'd say last year was one of the issues that the state said we need to increase that response rate. Right now, we're up into about 30%, and that's up from the teens, just in the 2 mailings we did in honestly talking with commercial industrial taxpayers. That's my goal, is to keep that, going up, and if I can get to 50%, that would be really huge. But it's a big undertaking.
What about the strategy or the approach of saying, why not overcharge so that the respondent comes in and goes, whoa, wait a minute, I'm nowhere near that high mark. Let me come in, and then they almost, and they are more than ready to show you their finances so that they get down, versus the other approach of, well, we keep you low and, let's make sure. I mean, if all of a sudden you doubled my value and doubled my taxes, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be knocking on your door and saying, whoa, here's my actual finances, when this whole time I didn't even bother paying attention to it.
Yeah,
What's to say about that approach?
Yeah, it's totally a balance. So, every abatement we have to do generally a field inspection on, or do a pretty in-depth analysis of their income and expense data and compare it to the markets. Like right now, this year, we had 175. That's probably at the top of what we can kind of deal with in January, February, staffing-wise, just processing all those. It's a very strict legal sort of guidelines by the state of just the processing of all those. So it's not like, it's not great for a city to have a lot of those, but to your point, in switching over to the income approach, I'm not depreciating a 1912 building, trying to hit it and trying to factor in the land value. I'm using their income, their net income, and we could talk about capitalization rates to get to a value. Where I might be a little more aggressive is that capitalization rate, to say, you're buying an income stream. So, that property is producing $400,000 in net income a year, and you just paid $50 million for it. Wow, that's a lower cap rate than what we maybe thought. So adjusting those down, and values are going to go up. That might be a way to kind of get at what you're talking about.
But I also want to point out. But I do want to point out. So I want to point out one thing. So remember last year, our apartment values went up dramatically. That raised the eyebrows of DOR. But we were able to establish to them that we had done this comprehensive, careful review of all of these properties, and we were able to justify what on its surface looked like a significant increase. We can't just do that to commercial industrial properties without engaging in that same intense work to be able to establish to them that, if we switch to this income model, that we have all the backup to establish and prove to DOR that this wasn't just jacking up everyone's value. This was done on a real analytical basis, and we could back up everything we did. We had to do that last year with DOR. We will have to do that again when we switch to this income value for commercial industrials, and we are just not at that point yet where we have enough to make that justification to DOR. We were able to do it last year because we invested so much time, effort, and money in that segregated group of properties, the 4+ apartment units. We're trying to do the same with commercial industrial, but the people helping us do that, Mike Flynn in particular and others, have told us this is going to take us probably, he started that last year. He had said to us, this is a 3-year process. I can get you to the point where I can convince DOR these values are legitimate, but I'm going to need 3 years. So that's why I've said a couple of times that process is ongoing, but hopefully we'll be there in FY24.
Just to clarify, one of my questions was about the status of a contract that is listed here, contract services. I asked what the status of that was, because it's listed there as contract services, so I asked what was the status of that contract. That status of the contract happens to be a third party who's going out and evaluating properties. The other question I had was about abatement budget, because they have a portion of the budget goes into the abatement account, and if you overvalue properties, then you have to have the money in there, in case you start to lose your abatement accounts. So yes, my two questions were relative to the budget. Yes, sir. Okay. Now that James is now back to his regular, position of his assistant assessor, you have an appraiser vacant position that is going to be filled. When do you expect that to be filled, and what are we looking at, aside from the contract services, site visits and such, because in the past, we had issues with trying to get into properties. You're not able to access the properties the same way ISD is. So when do we expect a new person to come in? And I think you have also a new office manager, correct?
That's correct, yep.
And so I don't know who the person is behind you. I've been wondering.
She's from the auditing department. She's
So it's
here
the audit
observing.
department. Okay, nice to meet you.
It's shy in the
So
auditing.
when do we expect, because I think Marisol Nieves has left this department, right? So
Yes,
and so
Paulette is the new office manager.
Oh, so Paulette moved in. So
Yes.
she's the new office manager for the assessors.
Correct.
And then you're going to have a new appraiser to start doing the regular site visits. When do you expect that person to come in?
So we had preliminary interviews this week. There are two applicants that we'll be interviewing next week. My hope would be to, by the summer, that July 1 date's very important because that's kind of our date which we value in Chelsea. That's our snapshot. So in a perfect world, they'd be kind of on board by that July date, and that would help us with our 450 building permits of more than $25,000 that we're going to target. Also, our sales review, because the state looks at our sales every year, so any private sales we need to get out in the field on. There's also the cyclical valuations that we want to hit every property at least once in a 5-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, during the abatement period, that position's integral.
Okay. Councilor Recupero.
Oh, I got a whole bunch of
Please speak into the microphone, sir. Microphone, sir.
Oh, microphone. Oh, thank you, sir. What is this continuous missing on page 65? What? Continuous missing photo and over 5-year inspectional project. What does that mean? Continuous missing photos and over 5-year inspectional service. What, you going back out and take pictures of the houses again?
Yeah, so the state expects us in all of our 6,600 parcels to have a photo of that parcel on the property record card.
And you're going to compare it to a 5-year distance, or you're going to keep going for 5 years?
Yeah, we try to get a new photo every 5 years. That would be accurate, unless there's
you're gonna
significant work done, and then we'd have to get another photo. If they did, if they put a huge addition on in the middle of that, we'd have to go out and take another photo. Yeah.
And you're going to determine from that photo how much it's worth?
Well, our data collector would measure the property, and we'd also look at the plans from the building department to determine that.
And earlier, sometime last year, my fellow colleague, the president, he asked a question that I was going to ask myself. Are you going to start reevaluating the bigger condo units that have like 30, 40 condos inside, 20, 30 units, and you're going to give them the fair market value? That's, the council president has brought that a good issue and point for that, because they were paying a lot less tax than a person that owned a 3-family home.
To give an update, last year, the multifamilies were reevaluated. There was a 35% increase. I at least received communication that a lot of property owners got a lower tax bill as a result of that. And I also had large landlords complain to me that they had a higher tax bill than what they had the previous year. So that evaluation has been completed. The next phase, as he was stating earlier, is now they're moving into mixed-use buildings, which is those buildings that you see retail on the ground level and apartments above. That's the next phase, and that should then close out the loop. And as stated earlier, within the year after that, we'll have a final review, hopefully completion, of all our commercial and industrial properties.
Okay, so you won't have that, you'll have it next year.
This year will be the mixed-use properties.
This year, I can
I know, but
definitively,
how about the bigger, the condos?
That was last year. That
They
study's
already
been complete.
redid those.
Yes.
Okay. Now, another question I have is, what is that track and update 6 real personal property TIF? What does that mean?
Sorry.
That's on page 64. Is that what the people own, stores that own the businesses? Or what? I don't
Sorry,
understand that.
where is this?
Oh, I'm sorry,
It
okay.
says track
Yeah.
and update 6 real and personal property TIFs.
Yeah, so when the city enters into a tax increment financing agreement with a taxpayer, we have to follow the schedule of that tax increment financing agreement, but it's based on market factors, including an inflation rate on the base factor. So that's what that's describing.
So doesn't this TIF mean tax deferred?
No, it's a tax increment financing agreement. It means that we set a base value, and on the money above the base that's produced because they did a big project and their value increased, on that increment from the base value to whatever it's worth, that amount has a carve-out based on the terms of the contract.
Okay. And,
So does that mean that right now, Tom, we have 6 existing TIF agreements? Is that how many we have?
Yes.
is that what we have,
Yep.
6?
Is there any, as a follow-up question, is there any effort or to review the existing pilot programs? Have they been at all, Tom, looked at to see if the pilot programs, need to be adjusted? I know Chelsea Housing Authority has one. All the nursing homes have one. I'm trying to think if the 100 Bellingham has a pilot program. Just curious if they've been reviewed at any point in time in the recent memory and seeing if there needs to be any sort of adjustment on those.
There aren't that many. I think the total pilot, the total number that makes up our pilot program of 1.8 million is just a handful, and almost all of them are contractual. I think Chelsea Housing Authority may be one we looked at, but I have looked at those, not in the last year, but I have looked at those in the past. Almost all of them are contractual, and most of it's made up of a couple of big ones. So there's the amount that we get paid for the MITC building. There's the amount we get paid from Mass DOT for the Tobin Bridge. There's the Massport money. Those 3 alone make up the overwhelming majority of the $1.8 million that we get. And there's a couple of other smaller ones.
Well, you get the two hospitals in Admiral Hill.
The nursing,
They're small.
We
they're
just
small.
negotiated with.
They're small, but the value is a lot.
Well, I mean, compared to the 300,000
Yeah.
from MITC, it's 27,000, 30,000, somewhere in that range for the hospital.
So we just negotiated about a year ago with Leonard Florence, and so that's relatively new, and a contract that's going to be in existence probably for the next 20 years. So I can look again, but I don't think there's much room to renegotiate anything there that's going to make any material difference.
For my colleagues who are new and who are not understanding the acronym PILOT, PILOT is an acronym for Payment in Lieu of Taxes. Pilot programs are basically a contract that works between the city and a building or nonprofit for buildings that are naturally exempt by state law from paying taxes, but an agreement is made with the entity for services rendered so that they're not a drain on the community. You see this a lot with universities in Boston, and particularly like say Harvard, BU, and all these BC, because they are tax exempt, but everyone knows they do cost the community money and services, and also they take up a lot of land, so that's tax revenue the city loses. So they come up with these agreements called pilot programs, and we have several of these properties in the city of Chelsea, and so we try to negotiate some taxes for them, and hence called the pilot program, and they're usually about 20 years long. De Jesus?
This include expiring use buildings?
No, they're paying, most of those buildings are on the tax rolls.
Okay. And
All of them are, I should say. This is not, this is mostly state-owned land and some non-profit that fall into the category of tax exempt.
We
So,
don't have a pilot program at Soldiers Home, do we?
no, we do not have a pilot program with the Soldiers Home.
Okay, so they're totally tax exempt.
Correct.
But when they have this new housing up there, they will have to pay because now it's a private entity.
That's all taxable property to the city, yes.
Okay, so now
Once
that
they enter
switches.
into a 99-year lease, we will consider that fully taxable property.
Okay. Another question. For the 6 properties that you mentioned, Tom, for these properties, is there like I'm assuming there's an affordable housing
No, the
percentage?
6, so the 6, I mentioned that, I'm sorry, the 6 were the TIFs. These are tax increment financing agreements that the city council approved over time. The council has approved 20-odd of them in the last, 25 years, but many of them have expired and no longer exist. But there are 6 now that are still in place. I think they're most hotel ones, and there's the
Ennis.
the
Ennis is new in the FBI.
the FBI building. Ennis hasn't started yet, but it
Yeah.
will start. But it's mostly the hotels and the FBI building make up the 6. They're paying taxes, but at a reduced level.
TIF.
Councilor Recupero, go ahead.
Here's a question that here you got on page 65. Started development of valuation or methodology for low-income properties. What are
so-
low-income properties? Like
Yeah.
developments that house low income?
Yeah, so a lot of those are low-income tax credit properties. We see through their income and expense submissions to us that they operate at a higher expense ratio.
So they get a less tax?
Their net operating income is less, so effectively their values are lower.
So in other words, you got a big apartment building, right? That houses low-income housing, right?
Yes.
Since they have low-income housing, their taxes are less than an average person that has a home. Is that from what I understand?
So using an income approach to value, their net income on the property is lower because their expenses are higher. Therefore, when we see
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying because they operate a big desk, but about a poor person that has a 3-family home and his expenses are higher, does he qualify as a low income, the same as them, or just big apartment buildings that have so many units of low income inside?
if there was a deed restriction on that 3-family, then they would qualify absolutely for.
How? How do they qualify for low income?
If they're
There's a
deeded,
deed restriction.
deed restriction that they have an affordable unit within one of the 3.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If there's a deed restriction on one of the units that is, that they only rent to
One of the
low
units have to
income.
be occupied.
Low income.
Low income. So how about the ones that don't have low income? So in other words, by you making low income and by you're giving privileges to people that own these big buildings because they have low income, and a poor homeowner that owns his own house and his expenses are just as much as them. They don't qualify.
So
they
the-
have to have a low income person inside their house for them to qualify for this program.
So in mass appraisal, the state makes us look at the sales data. So we are trying to get within 90% of what that 3-family you're talking about would sell at in an open market in a fair arm's length transaction.
I understand.
Similarly, we're trying to approximate what that apartment building would sell for in the open market in an arm's length
But
transaction.
if you have a big apartment building that's got 60 units and they sold, and they rent even to low income, which is called market rate value, they're still making money. And
And
in
then,
other words,
Counselor, we're getting off the subject of the budget, but into
I was
assessing.
just trying to understand how low-income properties operate against regular homeowners that if they do not
Here's
have
the
a
answer.
low-income person in it?
Councilor Cooper, here's the answer.
Huh?
Here's the answer. The affordable complex.
I know, they get a tax credit.
No.
No? Okay.
The affordable complex will get valued by his department according to the net income, how much money they make, regardless. They
So
look
what-
at how much income. They look at that. It's called. There's one of three ways the assessment is done: income value stream, cost of construction, and sales data. If this building has not been sold at any point in time recently, say an affordable project, an affordable home, they force them to provide them the financial data of that building and say, how much money are you netting? What is your profit? And they use a cap rate to give a value. That's how they do that one.
I understand that.
Okay, so now
My
you
question
so
is a
no,
simple
no,
one.
wait. Then your three-family, your example of a three-family is based on, more often than not, what other three families have sold for. Two different views, because there's a lot more three families that are sold. So if three families got sold on your street, then they're going to look at those three families and say, that's what your house is worth.
I understand.
So
I
that's how
understand
it
that
works.
part too. But the part that I don't understand is that in order for a three-family to qualify, you have to have a low-income person in that house. If you do not have it, it doesn't. That's the part that I want to understand.
If you don't want to have the same value as those other three families that sold on your street and ask for a lower value, yes, you'd have to show that one of your units is deed restricted and that you are renting it at a lower rate.
I understand that, but your unit is being restricted. It's still getting paid at market rate value.
You've just said that you understand now how it's done.
Yeah, I understand.
Next question on the budget, sir.
I understand how it's
Okay.
done. It's unfair, but that's how it works.
Again,
Another question I have, never mind that. Over here you have vacant jobs, right? Did you fill the positions that are vacant?
he answered earlier that they already have one job being filled next week.
Yeah, I know, that's Paulette, she's there, but about...
Paulette is there, and the other person, the other person is going to be
We
filling
have
up
that
within
jobs
what?
advertised, we have some applications, we're gonna start doing interviews.
The appraiser, did you fill that too?
That's the one they're talking that they're doing interviews on.
Huh?
That's what they're doing interviews right now. They've already posted the position.
The position's been posted, we have some applications. The department head is going to start interviewing people shortly.
So when you have your next appraiser, will you have enough staff to go out and do everything, or would you need any more?
At this time, we approximate that with this position being filled, we would have the staffing
All right,
accurate.
thank you.
Any other questions for our assessor?
Thank you, nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to DPW now, and
As my husband works for the Water Sewer Department.
okay, so I'd like to welcome Lou Mimolette, who is the acting director of DPW. There are 8 sections, so I'd recommend if you look at your schedule, there are 8 sections that are under DPW, starting with DPW administration, all the way through to water and sewer. I'd recommend we talk about these individually, I suppose
So
with
we're
the
starting
exception.
on page 139?
Page 130,
Correct.
139, yes. So you could talk about water and sewer together because those are very close and budgeted at the same levels mostly. I would make a point of clarification on page 142. On page 142 of the book, this is the administrative division of DPW, and you notice the FTEs. The FTEs are 0.8 or 80% in some cases, 50% in some cases, 20% in some cases. You'll see the other portions of these salaries in the water and sewer sections of the budget. So in the case of the assistant city engineer, third one down, that is 20%, you'll see 40% in water and another 40% in sewer, for the total of 100. So they're split between water, sewer, and administration. And streets and sidewalks, you don't have that any longer.
So if one of the DPW employees is spending a portion of their time doing water and sewer work, a portion of the salary gets apportioned to that department. That is because water and sewer are separate budgets, they're enterprise funds, they're separately tracked, and the way those departments are funded is through ratepayers, through the water and sewer rates. So we set water and sewer rates to fully fund that budget, and we include in those budgets all the expenses, and some of those expenses are a portion of people's salaries. So someone like Lou Marmolette, the acting director, he spends a portion of his time overseeing water and sewer and dealing with water and sewer department issues. So a portion of his salary is in that budget, so that we're being very clear to the auditors and to the Department of Revenue that we are accurately determining the expenses of a water and sewer department, and it includes a portion of Lou's salary, a portion of Kate's salary, because some of their time is spent in those departments. So that's why you see those percentages. I want to just raise another point. One of the reasons why in this salary in administration you see such a tiny change, even though the employees all got raises and all have raises kicking in for FY23, at least in this administration side, is because one salary was moved from administration to building and grounds. Previously, within this administration line item, we had a salary for the position formerly occupied by Bert Taverna. That position was a capital improvements position that was split between administration, water and sewer. Bert left. We have replaced that position with a facility sort of superintendent, building and grounds facilities superintendent. So that position now will show up in FY23 in the building and grounds budget, and you'll see it there. It's no longer in this administration piece. And we just hired that position, and that new person is starting June the 6th.
So there's no deputy commissioner?
The deputy commissioner position is empty at the moment.
So you don't have a deputy commissioner?
Correct. So Fidel left. Lou is acting in Fidel's position, and we have not filled Lou's old position yet. We will, but we haven't done it yet. It's vacant at the moment.
It's vacant at the moment. At the same time, you've added another position.
Yes, we added a junior business manager position.
And that position is, in charge of what branch, so to speak?
It will basically just be another administrative person, and part of the reason why we're anticipating the need for more administrative staff here is because we will be doing we expect to be doing a fair amount of APA work that is going to involve more administrative need, and we're anticipating that that need will be filled with this junior business manager position. So we
Is this the buildings and grounds superintendent position that you're talking about?
No, that position is reflected in the building and grounds budget, so when we get there, you'll see it, but if you wanted to quickly turn to page 156, you'll see in that building and grounds list of employees a brand new position called the building superintendent. That says new, but it's Bert's old position. It's been moved from administration to here because what we determined was we didn't necessarily need to refill that old position. What we really needed was someone to focus exclusively on our facilities, and that was the need. And so instead of replacing that old position, we created this new position, building superintendent, and that's the one we filled.
And what is this building superintendent job, and who got hired? I mean, who's the person?
Victor Tiernan, he worked with us during COVID a lot as on a grant running our food distribution process. And he was also helping us oversee the E911 facility on a contract.
You said Victor what?
Victor Tiernan. Tiernan.
Tiernan.
Yes.
Okay.
He's a Chelsea resident.
Yeah.
He worked with us for a long time during COVID on a contract with COVID relief money, mostly overseeing the food distribution effort of the city.
Okay.
So when that ended, he left. We brought him back on a contract to help us start working on the E911 building, and we're going to have him, he was going to be the project manager of that development. But this position opened, he applied for it, and we hired him as a full-time City of Chelsea employee for this position. So that's not a new position, it's sort of the old Bert Taverna position.
And he's going to be supervising?
All of our municipal buildings. The city had this position at one time, not in my tenure. Previous to me, it had a building superintendent that oversaw all municipal buildings, and this is a position we created now.
All right, so he's supervising that whole, you know, like this whole crew over here on.
All that crew, that these SEIU positions that are really work on our buildings, this person will oversee all of those people and report to the Public Works Commissioner. So I raise that now just to explain why there's virtually no increase in salary in the administration piece. Notwithstanding that, we've added a position in there, this junior business manager. It's because we moved a position that used to be in this administration to building and grounds.
If I look at your organizational structure of, let me see, what am I?
141.
No, if I compare it to your organizational structure on 146, streets and sidewalks, your fields operation manager is $81,000. And he supervises everybody else, and the next person below that is at $65,000, fields operations supervisor. You're hiring a guy coming in to do the same job, almost same position, I think, at $99,000, which is $20,000 more. And then the next guy below James Karen, fields operations supervisor, is making $65,000. So now all of a sudden I see a guy come in making almost $100,000, and then the lead building craftsman, same step, I would say, as Alejandro Arroyo is making $65,000, is doing the same thing. Yet this guy, James Karen, I don't know, he's in charge of 15, 20 guys. This other guy, new guy, is in charge of 4 or 5, and yet $100,000 for buildings and operations?
So these are classified steelworker positions, and for whatever reason, the steelworker field operations manager position is an 11, and the building superintendent position, a position that has long existed in the steelworkers contract, but just we hadn't filled in a while, is a much higher grade. It's the nature of the steelworkers contract. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying these are all steelworkers. They have a contract. It's a classification.
Why not the same classifications as your field operations in the streets and sidewalk? Why not classify that position as the same thing? Why am I paying an extra $20,000 to supervise a much smaller crew?
That's the way the classification system works in the steelworkers contract. So if we want a building superintendent to have that role, we're required to pay the steelworkers classification. That's a classified position, and it just differs from, it's just a different classification.
I don't know.
So typically, one place where you have a difference is in educational requirements. So if a job requires someone to be an engineer or someone to have a college degree, then it will be ranked higher under the steelworkers classification than a job that does not require any educational attainment, notwithstanding the greater supervisory role. That's the way their classification
So
system
you're
works.
telling me, James, the guy who you guys are hiring right now has a background and an education much superior than James Karen?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling you the way the classification system works, that's how you get higher points in that classification system. So.
All right. I know Lou is chomping at the bit over here trying to answer that, so go ahead, Lou.
Thanks. So I guess the answer to your question of is he more qualified, does he have a higher background educationally and experience-wise, the answer is yes. I think if you're trying to compare these two positions, there's some nuances there, and I'll be very brief, but I'll try to answer them. I think the first thing is that the buildings and grounds superintendent in this role is also sort of doubling as the capital projects manager for building-related projects. So this person isn't really supervising a crew in the field day-to-day, fixing, small issues, small mechanical things or carpentry, things related to that. They're also, in addition to coordinating those folks, they're also working on the oversight of capital projects. So for instance, we're going to spend $3 million to renovate the 911 facility. We're going to, I'm not even sure what the final budget is, but we're working on renovating the attic space. So this person is sort of like a clerk of the works for capital projects at the same time. The other thing that I sort of want to indicate here is kind of the layering. We have 5 foremen in DPW in the streets and sidewalks. So you sort of have more layers of supervision, as you move down through the ranks. So it's harder to, I don't think it translates quite as easy on supervision of the number of people when you've got some layers of supervision under it. For instance, somebody like Mario, who's a lead building craftsman, is supervising 3 other people. The equivalent to that is sort of our foreman in streets and sidewalks who are supervising the licensed public works specialist positions underneath them.
I would argue that it's probably more like he's a field operations manager or a field operations supervisor. If you're supervising people, I think it's, you're basically a supervisor. You're not a foreman.
We could certainly share the job description, and the job description, as the city manager indicated, is used to, is put through the evaluation process points-wise to score the positions for where they land in the pay scale.
Yeah, by no means am I defending the steelworkers classification system. We do battle with them on a regular basis about people who we think are underpaid and should be higher, and because they have a classification system, we can't get them to the higher rate that we think they deserve. It's just, this is a system.
Or then all of a sudden, you got a guy who's probably been working on the department for 15, 20 years, and boy, some guy who popped off the street because he was working at Port Park for 2 years, all of a sudden gets a job that's like $40,000 more than what he's earning.
Fair enough, except that understand.
What kind? There's a question of morale here too. You're demoralizing some people.
But when we post this position, we post it first to the union. We posted this position to the Steelworkers Union.
Yeah.
We had no applicants for the position within the Steelworkers Union.
Okay.
Only, then and only then will we allowed to even advertise it outside that union.
From where I'm sitting, Tom, and I'm not trying to be in front of the cameras, it looks like someone that was working at Port Park for 2 years just got a sweetheart deal.
I don't
That's what it looks like.
agree with that at all. This was a publicly advertised position. It was available to every steelworker before we even put it out on the street.
Okay. To my colleagues, Councilor Robinson.
Does this person have a construction license?
Yes.
The only other question I had, and I asked you privately, Lou, and I want to make sure, just for transparency, and I asked the same question to the superintendent. With all of the buildings that we have, with all of the work that gets done, both between the school and within our own buildings, and when I see when we reviewed the CIP, and I looked at what the cost of was to renovate office space here, and I shared emails with Tom, and I was flabbergasted because I say, wait a minute, I've renovated some buildings myself. I've done 4 apartments and whatnot. I mean, the cost that you are doing per square foot is, so high. And then Tom, of course, says, well, that's the way, the nature of public bidding, and why the contracts come so high. So the question I have is, given the size of the portfolio that we have and the amount of work that is done, at what point doesn't it make sense that the city, since you're already splitting, departments, I mean, some positions, 5.5 here with this department, 0.5 with that department, at what point doesn't it make sense for us to hire our own electricians, our own plumbers on staff, and then share the cost versus continuously going out to bid, knowing that we're going to get raped financially, and not say, for a couple of jobs, that whether it's putting in plugs underneath the counter here or renovating an office downstairs, that we're not going to be doing all these contracts on the outside, and say, hey, let's just have them on staff. And, if it's a big job, do like what we do with the water and sewer and say we contract it out. But, maybe 50% of the jobs or 75% of the jobs can be in-house by hiring our own plumbers and electricians.
I would say that if we could share that resource with the school department, I would find it hard to believe that we couldn't keep a plumber and electrician busy. So I think that's a great idea. I think in the past, there have been folks like that with those skill sets, but perhaps we're not licensed. And so we may have had the internal capacity to do some of that work. Although I think if you went to ISD and asked, are they comfortable with us doing our own work without somebody pulling a permit, they would probably say we're still obligated to pull a permit as well. So if you're going to hire somebody who's licensed, and I think right now that's a hard thing to find somebody to work at the pay scale of in the municipal world, given how the climate is. So you're probably looking at somebody who's either on the retired side or somebody who's just looking for stability. But in terms of workload, I think, I came from the private sector where everything was labor markup. So, the labor markup oftentimes in engineering is 3. You pay somebody $10, you're charging them out at $30. In this particular case, if you use, say, 2.5, if you could have 40% utilization out of one of these people, then the flip side against paying for it out on the street is basically that's basically a wash. So all you really need to do is have them be 40% utilized. The rest of the time, they can do work that isn't necessarily plumbing or electrical work. You might have to pay them at a higher rate for that skill to get somebody in. But I'm certainly willing to look at I mean, hey, it was kind of my idea to look at the privatization of the water and sewer operation and say, could we do it better and cheaper and more reliable? It turns out the answer, I think, is yes. I hope everybody else thinks that. I don't see any reason why any of this is any different. Anything that you privatize is going to be more expensive than if you do it on the public side. The one thing that privatization tends to do is give you reliability, because under the contract, that contract operation is required to backfill somebody when they lose a position. If we had one electrician and one plumber and that person decided to leave, we don't just get another one the next day. You know, you'd almost have to have two of each so that there was always continuity. And I think at some point, municipalities look at that and think that's too unpredictable, and it's too unreliable, and maybe it's worth it to pay a little extra for that peace of mind and reliability. But I'm certainly willing to look more critically at any of these things, because I think the city can do better. And there's got to be somebody with a plumbing license and electrical license who's a city resident who wants to come and help the city. We've had plenty of those folks in DPW. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't happen.
Or think about a program where you have one electrician working with our local union trade who's consistently there, and then meanwhile, you're having an internship with local, local students, or local, young men and women who want to get into the trade, and that's all of a sudden they're working there as as part of their training process, the apprentice program. So I mean, there is definitely ways to make this work, I think, but I just think that whenever I see the other part that is a concern of me is whenever I see these vans outside our buildings, who I know are doing plumbing and electrical work, how often are they actually local versus, from outside the city? And, I'd like to also try to see if we can't keep that business within our community.
When we go out and for bids for these kinds of services, we often get companies that aren't local because it's still low public bid, and I don't think we have any provisions in there that require them to be local. I look at the city. The city's a Fortune 500 company. You could equate that, the size, the dollar value, the responsibilities, the number of employees. Go find a Fortune 500 company that mimics in size and scope and finances that which the city equates to, and tell me if they have a plumber on staff or an electrician on staff if they own a building, because the answer is yes. So if you're trying to run the city like a company and do it fiscally responsible, then there are a lot of parallels to be drawn. I'm certainly willing to look critically at any of the private contracts that we have, and we can certainly do that in the budget. We don't have to wait till the budget cycle. We talk about that all the time. If we could do something in-house and we can do it more cost effectively and we have control, then that's what we try to do. So I hope that answers the question.
De Jesus?
Yeah. So my question is regarding advertising and the line item for advertising. Could you clarify for me, is that directly connected to the resident notifications and outreach, and how do you guys conduct that?
Sure. I guess one thing we forgot to do was to introduce another person from the DPW team that's here. It's Kate Foxlent, who's our business and grants manager. And our presentation was going to be I was talking about salaries and staff, and Kate would answer questions related to expenses, and I think this is an expense question.
You're going to have to use the microphone, Kate. So we can slide.
Are you speaking about the admin budget? I know we kind of moved
Yes,
over to
I'm back to admin, yep.
Most of that is related to our public notices that we're required to put in the newspaper about public hearings or changes to the trash schedule, things like that. The printing line is more of when we reach out to residents about various initiatives or issues related to temporary disruptions during construction.
Thank you. So we had here Jeanette and she spoke a little bit about the long lines we have downstairs with parking department and how folks just, really prefer that face-to-face contact. And so I'm wondering what type of face-to-face or what style of outreach are we doing under communications for those folks who may not be accessible to an email or, technology. Thank you.
Are there specific types of issues that you're asking about?
So in general, right, because administration oversees all of the outreach in all of DPW, right? So.
Yes. So I guess we are in charge of 311, and we're working with the city manager's office to relaunch a campaign about advertising the resources available through 311, since it kind of started right at the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of people may not have realized, or we didn't really get to formally do a launch that says, here are all the things 311 can help you with. We do have bilingual operators who can answer a lot of questions. So we have a lot of people that come to the DPW window in person asking for a new recycling bin, but they could very easily call that resource and get personalized attention from their home. So we want to reach out to residents across the city. We'll be doing ads on the bus stations. We're looking at putting up signs at the parks so that families can learn about them, and some other resources. We also generate quite a lot of flyers that we distribute around, like, here's the yard waste schedule for the season. And we have the water bills that go out that we can put messages on that we recently let residents, or I guess in this case property owners, know about the ability to get a discounted rain barrel so that you could then water your lawn during the summer with saved rainwater instead of having to pay an irrigation bill. And we encourage property owners to tell their tenants about whatever message is there also.
Okay, thank you. And am I reading this correctly that there is an increase in advertising?
Yes, a little bit of an increase. I guess part of that will involve some of the work to get the message out about 311. Most of that increase comes from a decrease in printing. It kind of reflects the spending we've done over the last few years.
Okay. And when you are getting the message across, whether it's trash barrels, whether it's rodents or whatever services are under DPW, this increase will also enable more face-to-face, or we're going to continue to rely on 311, or I'm just wondering how we're getting the message across to folks without relying on landlords.
So Mike Sandoval is kind of a key person for doing face-to-face outreach with both tenants and homeowners. He's in the streets every day. He does oversee the distribution of recycling bins and trash barrels, but people in most parts of the city know him, and he answers questions about a lot of different issues. People let him know about I've Got Rats. He helps explain to them what the options are.
I think one of the things we're trying to do with this renewed push with 311 is try to get people to understand a lot of these things that they actually come to City Hall for, they could have just called 311, and so for a recycling bin or a trash barrel, instead of coming to City Hall, they could have just called 311. We would have delivered the barrel to their house. They would have never had to leave their home. It would have been much more convenient for them, but we're trying to push this service to make services more readily accessible to people rather than having them come into City Hall for things that there was no need for them to come here for. Okay. So we're trying to push this 311 service because we can get a lot of better service to residents by them just picking up the phone and calling us.
Okay.
That said, we do have office staff in DPW every day, and we have people come visit our office, and we provide direct customer service.
Okay. Can I pass it over to?
Councilor Tenaiti.
I have a couple questions, especially with the rodent program. I want to know the number of homes assisted this year, and how are we doing outreach? How are we informing our residents that this program exists? And who's picking up the dead rats?
So baiting on private property is largely handled through ISD, so I'm afraid I don't have numbers about the number of homes.
Okay.
I do pay the bills, but it comes as a lump sum, so I don't know the individual
Got
number.
it.
So we have in the past pushed that program reasonably hard to residents to know. We've talked to counselors about letting their network know that we provide this free baiting services, now up to 6 family units for anyone. All you have to do is fill out a waiver form. You can do it online. You can submit it to ISD online. So the bill, the line item for rodent control is within the DPW budget. So the bills come to DPW, and the reason it's there is because there are 2 parts to rodent control. One is this ISD program where private residents get to have free abatement services, but the other part of our rodent control cost is the baiting of our public sewer system, and that's a completely DPW effort. So historically, all the bills, because it's usually 1 monthly bill, comes to DPW. So Kate pays all the bills, but the private home rodent program is really under the jurisdiction of ISD. We could certainly improve upon the publicity, but we really push that program hard. Even our vendor pushes the program, so when our vendor is on a street doing person A's house, typically they will knock on the next door neighbor and say, do you want free baiting? Because I just baited your neighbor and you've got a problem also.
DPW has in the past printed door hangers with information and just had someone go put them on every door, and I assume we'll continue to do that.
Does that include public housing authorities?
Oh, yeah.
The door hangers, I don't believe we're allowed to distribute information without permission from the housing authority, but we certainly give it to the housing authority to distribute them.
The housing authority does handle its own rodent abatement, so we do not provide rodent services to the public housing authority. They have their own, I think they have their own contractor. It may be the same contract that we have, although I'm not 100% certain.
And I want to go back to 311, your operators. How, can you walk me through if I call and say, hey, I have rats, how would they address the situation, and how many calls are we getting on a daily basis? Is 3 operators enough, or have the phone calls diminished? Are we getting more phone calls, and what are the main phone calls coming in for?
So Lou may have the numbers in front of him, but during the height of COVID, we had 4 people in 311 and expanded hours. So we had a supervisor and 3 operators. There was a high level of calls during COVID, particularly at the height of COVID. Over time, the number of calls has diminished, and the level of, because the demand for emergency services has diminished, people looking for emergency food, needing PPE, they were isolated in their home, etc. So we are now down to, for this year's budget, we reduced the contingent from a total of 4 to just 3, a supervisor and 2 operators. We feel confident that that is sufficient to handle the current volume of calls that we're getting, but I don't have the precise numbers, but Lou or Kate may.
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20,000 phone calls that came in the past year. We could get you some more accurate numbers because the information's actually trackable through the software that 311 runs through.
But for example, if someone were to call with a rodent problem, 311 would say, the city has a program. If you want free rodent service, what you have to do is fill out a waiver form. You can either physically go to ISD and fill this out, or because they have paper forms available down at ISD, or if you would prefer, you can download the form from the computer, fill it out, and send it via email to ISD, and they will put you on a list for the following Friday. So someone fills out a waiver today, they will be put on next Friday's list, because typically on the Thursday morning, B&B Pest will send an email to ISD saying, send us your list of people for rodent work, because they come out every Friday.
Thank you.
On that note, could you also share with us what is the most common or frequently asked questions in 311? I know that during COVID, a lot of folks were calling for inspections 311 instead of calling ISD. And so I'm wondering if that is still happening, or is there clarity for our families where they should be calling?
So we, in order to assist some departments that have a lot of people visiting in person, we do directly route phone calls from those departments to 311. 311 operators will answer any questions that they can about how does the process work, general services. If there's a very specific question, they do then forward it back to the department to be able to respond to that.
Okay, so our families are being told to call 311 in order for us to support the increase of or overload of work within ISD? Is that what?
Even if they try to call ISD directly, in many cases, they talk to 311 first, kind of as a screening call to make sure, hey, yes, you've called the right department. And if it's a general question about, hey, can I just come in to do this? 311 can help answer what services do we provide, if there's anything that can be done online. To make sure that ISD staff are only taking the calls where specific knowledge is needed.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry, just trying to get it clear. So it goes to ISD first, or it goes to 311 first, and then it's triaged to the right department?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
And in terms of most common question, it's very often parking questions.
Yes, mostly parking dominates the calls to 311. And they're pretty good about knowing the parking rules. So they're typically able to give the correct advice to people about what they will need to come in, how they can apply online.
We've even tried to pull in some of the services from these departments, like for instance, the Kelly and Ryan online services. The 311 team actually has access to the Kelly and Ryan database. So a lot of times folks are calling to get, how much do I owe on something, or where do I have to go to pay it? And they would have normally come into the window to do all that and waited downstairs in line, and they're actually calling 311 and getting somebody directly picking up the phone and answering their question. So in many ways, 311, and I think the number is something like 5,000 calls a year. There's like 5,000, many of those are trips that would have normally resulted in standing in line at the window that we're diffusing. I mean, I think what it comes down to is it's the number of people answering questions or processing things and the number of people coming in. And I think that's just, it's the numbers wise, it's very difficult, I think, to break that if you can't find a way to streamline it. And I think 311 is definitely a mechanism for doing that. So to Kate's point, the idea is to try to push more, awareness of what these services represent and how much better the experience can be and how much faster you'll get the answer if you utilize these tools that are designed to optimize the time and accelerate a process.
Okay. Thank you. I have another question. That's okay. Yeah. Okay, so streets and sidewalks, you have a line item, new line item on professional and technical. Can you explain to me what that is for?
This one here.
So, very often we do, when we do larger projects on our streets and sidewalks, we've engaged with an engineering firm that does the design, and then we contract out to a firm who implements it, whether it's a redevelopment of an intersection to improve some safety features, or whether it's major underground utilities work. We have discovered that there are smaller projects that can more efficiently respond to resident requests, that we can do the work in-house, but we need some design services because we don't have a large enough engineering staff to do all of the design in-house. And so these technical services are so that we can have someone do quick, short design that then our staff can do. For instance, we've had a couple of calls recently around residents who live near busy intersections, and they have vehicles that end up in their yard when there's an accident. And so they're looking for some protective measures, whether it's guardrails or bollards. And again, we can do those fairly quickly, but there does need to be a little bit of engineering design. So that's where the professional services come in.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I'll share the floor.
We have Councilor Lopez and then Councilor Judith Garcia. It's about 3:11. They are still working from home, or are they working from whatever their office, and where's their office?
Currently, they're located in a space in the senior center.
Okay.
They're not remote, they're working in city, just
Okay.
not in City Hall physically.
Another question I have is, well, comment actually. I get complaints that when people call, sometimes their phone call goes either Boston or Revere. How can we fix that?
So that is a challenge of the technology, because Chelsea is a fairly small geographic area with borders right against other cities, that depending on your cell service, if you're near the city boundaries, you may get redirected if you just dial 311. So we have recognized that, and in all of our advertisements and communications, we also include the full number, 617-466-4209, which gets you directly to 311.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for sticking by here. Can you turn to page 159? I want to focus on sewer enterprise. It seems like we're jumping around in terms of departments. But first, congratulations. I read your key accomplishments. It seems that the work you've done has allowed us to address a lot of issues and a lot of significant cost savings to the city. So congrats on that accomplishment. I'd like to look at the expenses items here. I see there's an increase on professional services, 500%. Can you walk me through what that 30,000 line item is? You're jumping from 5,000 to 30,000. What is that professional service?
So there were some EPA and Mass DEP requirements.
Can you expand on those acronyms, please?
Yes, sorry about that. Environmental Protection Agency, which is a federal agency, and Mass Department of Environmental Protection, which is the state-level agency, that we are required to do a fair amount of close monitoring of our sewer system in order to make sure, well, related to the discharges that may go into into Chelsea Creek. So the previous vendor, RH White, had enlisted some software companies that help us, that install equipment in our sewer system and help us do that required monitoring. And they had prepaid those services, and we now need to take on paying for those
For those services that have been retroactively provided.
Yeah, yeah. So it's been ongoing for decades.
Okay. So my understanding was, since I've been here for 6 years, I know that a few years ago, under Fidel's leadership, there was conversation around bringing the water sewer system and having it in-house. Where are you in terms of successfully, completely implementing that?
So I will just say that this year, in this budget, we have finally reached full staffing. That was presented to the council when we made that transfer. So when we proposed that transfer for the first time, we said we would have a contingent of 13 employees in water and sewer. And over the years, since we took over from R.H. White, we've slowly built up that number, trying to get to 13 because that was the expected level of service that we felt was best. This year, for the first time, with the addition of these 2 new water and sewer employees that are in this budget, we will finally be at that 13 employee number. So this will be, FY23 will be for the first full year where we've had a full complement of what we proposed when we took over the system from R.H. White.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you see the 2 new employees in water and sewer. And the list of employees, you'll see at the end, new for junior water, sewer, and drainage operators.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so going back to that conversation that I know we had about 2 years ago, when we measured the trade-offs of outsourcing this to bring it indoors. Unfortunately, I keep hearing the water bill burden that our constituents are facing. And personally, when anecdotally, I can say, from talking to constituents, even personally from looking at our own bills, the sewer cost is always higher than the water cost. Can you explain why that is, and what are we actively doing to counteract that? Because, I mean, we have cities that are neighbor cities, residents pay a bill for 3 months worth of water. We're asking Chelsea residents to pay $500 for 1 month of a water bill. So it's pretty high up, and I think that anyone here no one here pays $100 for a water bill, or $200. We're paying a hefty amount in comparison to Lynn, in comparison to Revere, in comparison to Everett. Our residents are paying way too much a month for water than other cities pay for 3 months worth of water.
Okay, so I'm going to take some time to respond to this question. So first of all, when we switched from R.H. White to the city, we provided the council with detailed accounting that we would save money particularly in the first 3 or 4 years when we made this switch, because we were paying so much to R.H. White. We more than met those benchmarks for savings in the first few years. In fact, in the first few years, we provided the council, I've provided several letters to the council with detailed spreadsheets showing that in the first couple of years, we saved significant amounts of money over and above what we promised we would save. Now, going forward, it's kind of difficult to keep projecting that, because we would have by now had to go out for a rebid of the R.H. White contract. So it's really hard for us to predict how much more the R.H. White contract would be in a new second, would have been the third iteration of a 10-year R.H. White contract. We knew what the costs were going to be those first few years, because we ended our contract with R.H. White on mutually agreeable terms, and we knew what the price would have been for those next 3 years had we stayed in the contract.
Okay, so I'll ask you to pause right there just for 1 second, Tom, City Manager. When you say we had cost savings, that's great. That's an amazing accomplishment. But for me, we sounds like the city and the city administration has saved money. However,
Which
I
means
don't-
the ratepayers saved money, because if we hadn't gone in-house, the water bills would have been higher than they were. So we never promised that your water rates would go down. In fact, I have always said water and sewer rates will go nowhere other than up. Just like taxes, it's inevitable, because the major driver of our water and sewer rates is our MWRA charges, and those always go up every single year. And so I could never promise that rates will go down. What I said is, if we make this transition, the level of increase of our water rates will be less than it would be if we stayed with RH White. And I can definitively tell you that is the case, that our water rates right now, had we stayed with RH White, would have been higher than they currently are, and would have been higher than they were in the past 3 years. I know that for a fact because our costs are less than they would have been had we stayed with the RH White contract. I don't dispute that water and sewer rates are high in this community. They are high in every MWRA community, but they are not higher than most MWRA communities. We are right in the middle. The MWRA does a rate analysis every single year, and Chelsea is always right in the middle. Our water and sewer combined rates on an annual basis are pretty much in the middle of all the MWRA communities. And they tend to, I don't know what Revere's numbers are this year, but I can tell you historically Chelsea's numbers have always been significantly less than water and sewer charges in the city of Revere.
As of being the former mayor of Revere, do they pay monthly or every 3 months?
Their billing in Revere is quarterly. Yes, their billing is quarterly, but the annual rate in Revere has historically always been higher than Chelsea, and I don't have the number in front of me, but if I had to guess, I would guess that in FY23, and we've given you our numbers, the Revere number will be higher.
Okay. So
Now, that doesn't make anyone feel any better, because
certainly
water
not.
rates are high, and again, the rates for next year are gonna go up by 2.5% for most residential ratepayers. But that's less than the increase that we got from the MWRA, which was 3.1%. So our increase to our ratepayers is less than the rate of increase the MWRA is imposing on Chelsea in fiscal year 23. So, I don't have any comfort for ratepayers. Rates will always go up. It's just the nature of the business. MWRA is the main driver of our rates because their assessment charges are the biggest part of the budget. All you have to do is look at the budget and you can see the biggest number by far is the MWRA assessment, both in water and in sewer. So that's the driver for the most part of our rate, and MWRA's rates are always rising. As I said, we try very hard to keep our increases as modest as we possibly can. We set a rate to sort of break even. We're not trying to make a whole lot of money on this. We're trying to give ourselves a little cushion so we don't lose money and be in deficit, but we're basically setting our rates to break even year after year. And
So, okay.
it's pretty much what we do.
I mean, I'm not, it's insanity simply, and not for any fault of yours, but we're asking families to pay water bills that are $400, $500 between water and heating. Families are paying the equivalent of a mortgage. That's how stark these numbers are. So, I wish I could bring a little bit of relief to residents by saying, hey, we brought this indoors. And it sounds like you explained it wonderfully. We were able to save the rates going at higher rates even faster, but this is a lot. But anyway, I think you've answered my questions. In terms of overtime, I see it as a second line item. It increased to 140%. That I'm assuming is for any sort of issues on the sewer system?
So in this budget, the water and sewer budget, and in every other budget here, streets and sidewalk, building and grounds, this year I tried to give a real accurate number of what I really thought overtime would be, because for each of the past 3 years in the spring, I have come to the council looking for more money for overtime. And so what I tried to do is bump up these numbers to what we actually have been spending with the council's annual supplemental appropriation. And so the $60,000 is more in line with what we are likely to spend this year and what we're likely to spend next year. Same with streets and sidewalks. That overtime number is up significantly, but much more reflective of what we actually have been spending with our original appropriation and the supplements from the council combined.
Okay, that's all for my questioning. Thank you.
By the way, I just want to let everyone know, just a reminder, I don't want to go off tangent on the water and rates because, Lou, you'll have a hearing on the water rates setting. We received the communication this past Monday, and you haven't set the hearing date, but that'll be the opportunity for...
We always set a hearing date in July for water and sewer rates. I just, understand, the city's ordinances don't require a hearing for water and sewer rates, but we have in my tenure, we've always done it. I think the city has always done it. The only rate that's required to have a public hearing is actually the trash rate in our ordinance, but we always have a public hearing in July on water, sewer, and trash rates so the public can weigh in on the rate. So what we provided to you the other day was what we anticipate the rate is going to be, because that's the rate we need to break even.
Okay. Knowing that we're going to probably attend a meeting in July, I'll try to ask my colleagues not to continue on this line. If you have any other questions on the budget, feel free to go ahead.
So my question is regarding what Councilor Garcia just mentioned. So there's overtime increase in almost all of the sections, and this year, particularly in my district, where I have the Mary C. Burke complex, and I also have the Margolies elderly building. I received a lot of concerns with snow removal. And so I'm wondering, could you walk me through, is the snow removal done weekends? Is it done holidays? A lot of the elderly folks in Margolies that are, use wheelchairs are literally homebound if we're not taking care of those corners. And then also, I sent a picture to my colleagues, some children walking off of Crescent Avenue that could not use the sidewalk to get to the Mary C. Burke complex. So I'm wondering, with this increase, are we adding more techniques to get...
I need to explain snow removal, especially to the new councilors. So I'm going to answer that question in detail, and then I'm going to turn it to Lou, who loves to talk about snow. But let me just start. I do need you to turn to page 149, because I have to explain something to the new councilors in particular. The existing councilors know this quite well. So page 149 is our snow removal budget. This has been the same number for probably the last decade. It has no relation to reality. The only reason we put this budget in this way is because we have no idea what snow is going to cost us. And as long as we don't reduce this budget by $1, as long as we keep it level funded, the Department of Revenue says to us, spend whatever you want on snow removal. You can go into deficit as much as you want. As long as you level fund your snow removal budget, you can deficit spend. And so because we'll never be able to predict what snow will be. One year it could be 200,000. Another year it's 1.5 million. We have kept the same budget of $101,000, which is ridiculous because we're spending 10 times that amount most normal years removing snow. So the budget is, for this one budget, snow removal, the budget really is just a placeholder. We spend, but that leads me to say, we spend whatever it takes. My direction to Lou in every storm is, I don't care what it costs. I want these streets clean. I want sidewalks clean. I want to spend whatever it is. So we operate round the clock. We do snow removal round the clock. We pay overtime round the clock. We start by clearing the streets. So that's our first priority. We have to get the streets cleared for public safety purposes. I have to make sure police and fire can get to every building. So that's our first priority, which is why people will just finish shoveling, we plow them in, because I've got to clear the streets. I can't worry that someone just shoveled here. If it means I got to bury a driveway, I have to do that. Then we'll come back the next day usually and try to clean up. Then we'll try to get intersections done. We'll do snow removal at night to clear snow. But all of this takes in a big storm, that effort is 3 or 4 days. We're still usually on a big storm, 10, 12 inches or more, we're still doing snow removal and snow clearing 4 or 5 days after the fact. So yeah, you will get pictures of some intersection that's blocked. As soon as, we know the hot spots where to go, but it will sometimes take us a while to clear just about every intersection in the city. But my direction, Lou, is cost is no object. Whatever it takes, we need to clear snow. Having said that, I'm going to turn it to Lou, but I'm going to tell you what the real snow budget was this year, because I'm coming to you next Monday, June the 6th, with the request to pay it. We spent over $800,000 on snow removal this year, and we have we spent $800,000, I think more. So I'm going to need an appropriation from free cash of about $800,000 to cover our snow deficit for FY22. And we'll probably have the same deficit in FY23. But my directive to Lou and previous to Fidel was always, I don't care what it takes. There's only one way for a city manager to get fired easily, and that's for not clearing snow. So get snow cleared. Lou, I'll turn it over to you.
Yep, I think, anyone else? More questions?
I have more questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
And then after De Jesus, Councilor Robinson.
Yeah. Since Councilor Judith Garcia also mentioned in the section of sewer and enterprise. So in my district, I also have the Hooper Street, it's Hooper and dead end of Hooper and then Crescent. I think that there was a project that was built there. So I have some homeowners who have some concerns with some of the drainage of how the water is just kind of laying there and it just accumulated. I'm wondering, with the projects that we fund, what is the long-term sort of like monitoring of how they're working? Similarly, down the street of Crescent Ave, in the Clinton Court development, we just had the basketball court redevelopment meeting, and tenants were sharing how they still have flooding in that area, and they shared with me that the city had built some drainage projects there to support with the flooding, but it's over flooding still. And so again, I'm not too sure about these two projects because I wasn't counselor at the time, but I'm wondering how any project that is funded under this department, what is the long-term monitoring of how well the project result
So I'm not
is?
familiar with the Clinton Street one. The Hooper Street project was a major retaining wall repair because the old retaining wall, that whole hill was collapsing. And so we did a major project to protect those residents. We spent a lot of time designing that. This is the first I've heard that there's some residual puddling, but we will take a look at it and figure out if there's a way for us to remedy it. But I'll turn it over to Lou.
I mean, based upon the way you're describing this, the first thing that comes to mind is it might be a catch basin that needs to be cleaned. I mean, that retaining wall has so much crushed stone behind it that, I mean, it's basically like a giant sponge, and there's drains that come through the wall. I mean, that's the best designed retaining wall you'll find anywhere. However, any adjacent catch basins to it that get blocked, they really have nothing to do with the wall itself. We've not gotten any phone calls to that, so if a resident has a concern, they certainly should call us. If they're calling their city councilor, by all means, call the department and we'll send somebody out there. Our WSD group does catch basin cleaning as part of their normal operations. And just, I guess the longer answer is, we're working towards asset management programs for the city that basically make sure that we're putting eyes on everything we own at least once a year to make sure that it's functioning properly. I come from the private sector where you don't just design and build something, you teach the client how to own it forever or through its life cycle, which includes taking care of it. So we've definitely tried to bring that attitude to the city as well. So by all means, you know, we will connect there. The project at the lower end of Crescent Ave, I believe that's a public, is that a public housing?
It's on public housing property, yes.
Okay, so, I mean, we would certainly go out there and take a look at it to see what the issue is, to figure out if there's an interconnection between city infrastructure and theirs. But some of the flooding, that area basically backs up to Mill Creek.
Yes.
And so there could be an issue with, you know, the connectivity to the creek hydrology as opposed to the drainage side. But again, it could be a backed up catch basin. I mean, you know, going back to 311, if a resident has an issue and calls 311, 311 is going to tell WSD to go out there later that morning to go take a look at it, and they're going to report back to us to say, here's what we found. So we definitely have a process for receiving issues and responding, addressing, and returning feedback once something's done. And
Yeah, we'll certainly look at that Hooper Street. Just make a note of that, Lou. I mean, that resident that's at the bottom of that retaining wall calls me quite frequently on many things, but she hasn't ever raised this issue.
Yeah, so she actually is not the one. It's the homeowners above the wall on Hooper. So I know who you're talking about on Crescent. But the owners on Hooper are the ones that are getting like all the piled up water.
There is a catch basin that's right at the corner, to the right of the wall, and I think that's what we can do, so.
Will you look at that tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
Thank you, thank you.
No worries.
Councilor Robinson.
Yeah, where can I find in the budget how much we paid Tufts to do their repair work for the city?
So they have a contract with the city for what's their contract for this year?
$765.
So it's in the water and sewer budget. If you look at,
For example, page 166 in the water budget. It's below the expense lines is the operating capital section, the line called infrastructure.
Yep.
So there's an infrastructure line in water and an infrastructure line in sewer. And those two combined, most of that funding goes to the emergency and ordinary repairs contract.
so there's 200, so for FY '22, the current year, that contract is, I think, $765, and there's $200,000 in water, and there's $565 in sewer. We have increased both for next year. because we're not certain we're gonna have Tufts under contract for the whole year. If we have Tufts under contract, we will not need all of that money. Because we have a full year contract for Tufts at roughly the same amount of money. But I'm not 100% certain that that contract is gonna be fulfilled. And so I'm hedging my bets with a little extra money, because if we have to rebid, we know the prices are gonna come in significantly higher, because Tufts gave us a really good price.
On the budget, Councilor De Jesus?
So I see that there's a new line item on trash containers. Where are they going and how do you choose where they go?
They go to residents who request them. And we do, Mike Sandoval does speak with the residents before distributing them. We try to understand why they're requesting a new one. If they had one that has disappeared for some reason, or if it was damaged, or if they're just generating more trash than their initially assigned barrel can handle. And we do prioritize those people that did not have a barrel, that maybe they were using their own, which has now fallen apart, or if it was a two-family and one of the units was empty and now both units are full, of course they would get a barrel also.
And does this include non-residential, like if we're doing barrels out on sidewalks in heavy traffic areas?
No, that line is primarily for residential barrels.
So the council approved a large expenditure a few years ago to give every resident new barrels, both recycling and regular barrels. And when we made that huge acquisition back then, we had extras, and we've been doling out the extras, and we now need to buy some new ones to meet the periodic resident requests for new barrels, and so this is a line item to do that.
Okay.
The public barrels that you see are in the streets and sidewalk budget. We will replace equipment out there, but this is private residents who need a new barrel.
Okay. And then my last question is there's an increase of 6.31% in trash pickup. Is that also residential? Does that include parks?
That is trash pickup across the city, including all of the residences that the city services. The larger buildings need to have their own trash haulers. And it includes everything that's picked up by DPW staff from the sidewalk barrels, from the parks, et cetera. And this largely reflects, we have a negotiated 3% increase in our trash collection contract and our trash disposal contract. And I closely monitor the trash volumes that are being disposed of every month, and those have increased during the pandemic, and they look to be plateauing and not continuing to increase, but it is higher than a couple of years ago. And so we came to you this spring for some additional free cash to help cover that shortfall, and for this next year, we're putting in what we expect to be the amount to cover that, what we've noticed, the increase in trash.
Okay.
So this line is really made up of two large contracts. One contract with our private hauler for residential properties, Boston Carting, and a long-term contract we have with Resco in Saugus to dispose of the trash at their location. And those make up the overwhelming majority of this $2.5 million. Okay. And they each have escalation, inflation escalation in them.
Okay.
And the labor associated with emptying public, like city trash barrels, that's in the streets and sidewalks budget. That's our streets and sidewalks group. It's not reflected in the solid waste budget. It's in the streets and sidewalks team.
Okay. And then just in connection to that, connecting needs to the budget and all of that, we've been talking about dog poop and how it's all over the parks. Is that something that is picked up by DPW?
So, short answer is, at this point, DPW is not going through the parks to pick up dog poop.
Okay.
We go out and work with residents to try to encourage them to be better citizens by taking care of their own. Again, that's another area where Mike Sandoval and the outreach side of things really takes it upon himself to go out there and talk to people. We have dog waste stations. We have the doggy bags that you can use to pick up the dog waste. Our DPW folks go around and empty the dog waste stations.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a dog park. We also have Polonia Park, which a lot of people are using as a dog park. So, I mean, that's definitely a big concern in an area that we want to focus on. But I think really it comes down to the outreach to people. And, you know, most people try to do the right thing, but the reality is in every city, there's always going to be a handful of people that don't quite do it the right way. And, you know, we've got a number of ways to try to address that. We try to do, you know, proactively with outreach and providing some of these free things because we think it's worth investing that to maintain the quality for everybody else. But always looking for ways to get the message out there. Going back to 311, that's another. One thing about 311 is it's a place when somebody has an issue, they call. What we want to do is when 2 or 3 people call about the same thing, is we turn around and blast it to everybody. So anytime there's a program or an issue where we had a difficult time solving it, we want to take the solution and send it back to everyone. We don't just want it to be a handful of people calling in. We want to turn it around and send it out to tens of thousands of people at the same time. And that's, you know, dog waste is an area where we certainly could use more of that to just kind of remind folks that, you know, this is their city and you know, taking care of it is really everybody's responsibility. The only other thing I do want to say is, in all of the questions that have been asked, whenever I get on this topic, I try to put some context to this. I think of it simply as this. If you go to a Patriots game, 60,000 people show up.
65.
65,000 people show up. So in the city...
I'm a season ticket holder. I know exactly how many people are
So
there.
in the city, between the number of people that live here and the number of people that come here to work every day, you're probably in the 65,000 neighborhood. So the city of Chelsea is like a Patriots game every single day, not just 8 Sundays a year. And I venture to guess, and I don't know the real number, but there's more than 25 or 30 people like I have on my team that do the taking care of things. And that's not even to mention the other 20 people within the office and the engineering team that are figuring things out behind the scenes. So 50 people to take care of 65,000 people. You go to a Patriots game, you're there for, including getting in and out of the parking lot, about 8 hours. But the city runs 24/7, 365. So the number of people we have taking care of 65,000 people every single day, the metric just isn't there. That's why after every Patriots game, the next day the place looks wiped clean because they put that level of effort onto it. The city puts a significant effort into it, but it pales in comparison to that. And so the level of expectation by the city council, we keep trying to meet it, but there has to be a realistic understanding of the comparison between level of expectation and level of resources that goes with it. And that's part of the reason why it's incumbent upon the people that live and work here to do the best to take care of it. We go up and down the streets of Broadway and all the major arteries trying to clean every single day. And if we skip a day, you can tell. But not everybody who lives and works here throws papers on the ground or cigarette butts. It's a very, very minor fraction. But for the quality of life for living and working here, the city is putting forth the kind of money that it takes to make the street look great every single day. It's really a matter of deciding what level of effort is required to meet what level of expectation that the city and the city council have. My attitude's always going to be, whatever you want, we can do. But there will be some limitation to that as a function of resource. And really, it's more about understanding what it takes to get there and really focusing on the things that the city council makes as priority. If the city council said tomorrow, we want the parks cleaner and we're gonna let the business owners on Broadway sweep their own sidewalks, the next day we'd be at the parks in full force. It's really a balancing act of where the drivers come from. Everybody on this council has my cell number, had Fidel's cell number. That's kind of how we do things. It can get a little crazy, but the effort is always going to be there. It's really about the expectation of the city council and the residents as to what we want, because we'll be there to provide that. So sorry to pontificate. It's more about tying together what a lot of these questions really mean.
Councilor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, both Lou and Kate. On the line, infrastructure for 2022 is $200,000 there. Can you tell me how much of that is spent to date?
Yeah, Ed can.
Yes,
100%.
I'm sorry?
100%.
It's all spent?
The 200,000 in infrastructure and water?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's nothing in that account right now?
I've just received the final invoice.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, last question, and I was in the back earlier. On the organizational structure, is all these positions filled? It's 15 of them.
Which?
On page 166.
166?
Yes.
You mean 167?
No, 166.
Oh, no, there's a vacant position that's currently funded.
Which one is that?
Water sewer drainage operator.
Water, sewage, drainage.
So look on page 168.
Water, sewer. Okay, so it's 1 out of 6 that's
You'll see
unfilled?
that there's 2 new positions we're proposing for this year's budget.
Yeah.
That I can't fill them now because I don't have the money for those 2. And we currently have 1 vacant position that we do have money for that is vacant at the moment. And
So
which-
out of the, on page 166, my question, it's 15 positions. You said it was 1 water sewer that's not filled?
In that breakdown, there will be, you've got 6 water sewer junior operators.
Yes.
And no, 2 of those are new for this year's budget, and 1 of them is unfilled.
Okay. All right, and it reflects it on page 168?
Yes, if you look at the back on page
Yes.
168, the last 3 positions there, it says junior operator vacant. That's a funded position that is unfilled at the moment because we had some turnover. And then the 2 new ones are the ones we're asking to be budget. So we'll fill all 3. We're working to fill that one right now because we have the budgeted money for it, and we'll fill the other 2 as soon as July 1st rolls around.
Now, are these full-time positions?
These are full-time positions, yes.
Okay.
Half of it is, so that's half a salary.
Salary, and the other half is
Is in the, this is sewer, the other half is in the, this is water, the other half is in the sewer.
Okay, thank you.
Todd's looking at me like, are you kidding me right now with questions? I think we're done. Thank you, Lou.
Lou, Kate, thank you.
Thank you.
We have,
No, but thank you for saying that.
Paul Casino?
legislative.
Thank you, Lou. Okay, gotta give me a second to
Yeah,
get
go ahead,
reorganized.
legislative. Let's go.
This is a
So we're on city
Legislative.
clerk,
city council.
Legislative, we have,
Council.
page,
50,
50.
page 50.
there we go, 50.
Yeah. So the only thing that's really different in this budget is I've proposed $20,000 for legal services, which I've done in the past, to give you money if you want to hire your own attorney. This is more than enough money to put someone on contract, to give you enough hours that you would need.
So, all right, no. I was just wondering if that question, any other questions on legislative branch? No? Seeing none?
All right, that takes care of that.
Okay, then we would go to regional schools. Regional schools is on page
193.
193. So this number proposed, $1,305,670. This consists of 3 allotments. The largest allotment is for Northeast Vocational. There's 241, anticipated 241 students enrolled there. The cost that we've been assessed is $1,255,000. This is up 3 positions from last year. I think it was 238. So this is anticipated. This is the information we got 2 months ago. So this may change. The assessment won't change, but the number of enrollments may. There are 2 other pieces to this. Smaller regional schools. One is the Medford School with 12,000. 1 person's enrolled there, 1 student's enrolled there, and 38,000 to Essex Agricultural. There's 1 enrolled there and 1 on the waiting list. So altogether, it's $1,305,000.
So if Northeastern doesn't have a program that someone from Chelsea wants to go to, we have to pay the cost of them going to another vocational school. And so we get these small bills from other schools, but the majority of our students go to Northeast. I will tell you that this number of 1.3, or the number from Northeast, includes the first year's payment on the new high school. So the assessment was about $350,000. It's included in this price. Next year, the assessment will be roughly the same, and then it starts to go up dramatically in fiscal year 25 and beyond until it maxes out in fiscal year 28 at 1.9 million. But they assessed us $343,000. It's included in this number for the first year's payment for the new high school, because they started borrowing money to do final design work. Any questions on Northeast?
All right.
Okay, then we go to page 197, and this is the retirement department budget. So the assessment you see here, this is our contribution for fiscal 23, $10,000,088. This information comes from reports that are provided to PERAC in September. So it's September of the year prior for all of the active members. We then get an assessment from PERAC that covers us, the Housing Authority, and the school department. So our portion is the $10,076. This comes from enrollment from prior year, and we pay this, I think it's 1 lump sum payment in August to save interest charges. I will say, we talked, I think, on Monday night about the amount of money put into the OPEB trust, and a question came then is, what is that obligation? So when we talk about retirement, we also talk about the catch-up provision and the unfunded liability. So that's due to drop off in fiscal 28. And at that point, we would be reallocating the amount that we have established for this catch-up provision over to the OPEB liability. The OPEB liability is in the $124 million range. That has dropped. I think City Council got an email from Tom early April when we got our updated numbers. It's $124 million is the unfunded liability in the OPEB, other post-employment benefit other than retirement, so medical coverage for retirees. That's a decrease of from 163, a decrease of 39 million. We'll have an assessment, I think next year we'll be getting a report. The actuary does this every 2 years, looking at what the obligation will be for retirees, doing their actuarial projection. So we'll have that come to us after we provide the census data in fiscal 23.
The last one is state assessments. These are right from the cherry sheet. These are the assessments we get from the state. The number that you see is from the governor's proposed budget. The number changes slightly in the House and Senate version, but not all that materially. I only had the governor's budget when we submitted this.
questions on any of that?
We're done.
15 minutes before the last one. Thank you all.
All right, everyone, thank you very much.